We have some 10 o'clock data coming out here in T-minus a few minutes. Semis have been ripping, acting exceptionally well. All right, I'm short the Qs here. I'm short the Qs 415.89. 415.89. We are short the QQQ. So we are short the Qs here, guys. We are short the Qs. I'm also going to pick up some shorts on SMCI. This is super, super risky. Shorting SMCI here, 386.24. 386.24. So we're short the Qs. We're short SMCI. These are both. This is going to be a 1/3 position. QQQ is also a 1/3 position. So let's see what happens here. SMCI has been a powerhouse stock. The dollar has a nice wick. So we are short 2 positions here. Those are the only trades we have on deck. You can also go long the SOXS. That's also looking very, very promising. Qs are seeing some resistance. All right, so we're seeing some distribution, guys. We are short the Qs. We are short SMCI. SMCI is pumping. SMCI is pushing. Qs are still at that resistance here, trying to get above it. Dollar softens slightly. All right, guys, I just added to my SMCI at 392.60. 392.60. That's the second entry. Tesla's weak on the session. It's down, and when the markets are ripping, that's been the common theme. Dollar flipped to the negative off of that data.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. I've been in calls for like a week and a half on PayPal. Yeah, those 59s that I called out, they're up massive. On January like 8th or 10th, I think I entered into 70 calls for February. That's a swing. They went down pretty bad, and I never got them filled.
All right, guys, I'm going to buy the SOXS here. I'm going long SOXX 541 fill. 541 fill. Long SOXS, still shorting these Qs. Starting to get some wicks below the 3-day moving average here.
Our 1195 call swing is up 160%. And they're trying to slap this thing down. Trying to dig you up here. I took a trim on PayPal for 75%. I'm just going to be in runners now for this week. If we see flip back bearish on it, it's going to cut the rest of my concept profits. I only got runners left. And you're going to get into the mid-Q short. Something about his drug reducing it by death rate by 72%. Whose drug?
All right, big drop on Tesla, guys. Big drop on Tesla. We're still short Qs. We're also short SMCI. Right down on SMCI. We're long SOXS. So we have 3 positions on. We're up nicely. S&P is coming in pretty sharply now.
There you go, Jay. Good morning, guy. Good morning.
Bitcoin's down 1%. Stocks are starting to pull in pretty hard here, guys. Pretty hard here. So our QQQ short is looking very, very good. Here we go, guys. QQQ short is coming in hot. We're also long the SOXS at that 540 level, and we're short SMCI. SMCI, we're slightly down on the trade. Actually, we're in the money now. 389.28 is our average. 389.28. QQQ, small bounce. All right, guys, I'm covering QQQ here. 414.79. 414.79. Still riding my SOXS. I did cover the Qs there. We're just coming up into this little support zone. So we took profits. We're still riding SMCI. We're still riding our SOXS. Let's just keep our eye on the Qs, though, because that is the leading indice right now. Dollar's getting a nice little bid. More red starting to appear on the screen.
See if we bounce up for a lower high. Equal lows here, possible double bottom area. Bounce back, this breaks. Push down to 1716. Maybe 476. Alright, that candle closed. I'm cutting my last one. Profit to loss. Profit. Oh, that's how we just pulled 50%. Tesla. I'm getting chicken again. I'm getting chicken. Tesla.
So the Russell's negative SPY is about to go negative as well.
Jordan's getting 4 sliders this time, though. 2 different 4 sliders. Extra sliders today. And you know what? He's ordering into my place, too. He's getting me 4 sliders. Quiet. Evan wants some sliders, too. Listen, if the things we're talking about here going on, maybe in California, possibly, could be something fun going on there. Ooh, I'm gonna need a little bit of I'm gonna need some chicken. Oh, we'll get you some chicken. Gobble, fucking gobble. Let's get closer and closer to our Disneyland trip, bro. Oh. Jordan, you gonna take a picture here with Mickey? Oh, dude, with the Mickey Mouse ears on. Nah, I need my girl Minnie. He's gonna have his autograph book. Did you guys know Jordan's first job was actually one of those characters at Disneyland? He was, what was it, Minnie Mouse or Goofy? Yeah, no, it was Goofy. Absolutely. Yeah, that one was actually good. That was good. If the trade doesn't work out, you have a you're close to.
I'm up 4,500. No, I'm up like 7,000 a day. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Okay, I finally entered.
We're up 1,664. Holla at your boy.
What are you in, man?
I fucking shorted EF and scaled hard into the short. Then I just played the bounce just now. Double as hard, baby.
Oh, shit.
He said, I'm going to go long to it. You were low. And Daddy Max hopped on short. He's back and rode that wave. Shout out, Sharky. Shout out, Sharky. And you got to fun.
All right, guys. So the S&P looks like it's coming down for another round here. I'm gonna take. Let's just see the Qs actually. Still holding SMCI on the short side.
Let's go, Spirit Airlines. Let's go.
The dollar's still creeping up. You have Tesla still weak on the session. Take a peek at Tesla here to see if there's any short trades. Look at that full round trip. Tesla's just so weak. I'm actually going to take 2090 DTE puts, 2090 DTE puts on Tesla, 2090 DTE puts. This is risky. Not as risky because it's not that far away in terms of it only needs 40 cents to get in the money.
About 2 inches in New York, in New Jersey, New York.
2 inches is all you need.
I got to do it right now. Yeah, wait, hold on. Frank, is a lot?
Yes.
No,
Yes. No, it's a lot. Don't hate on people.
more than that. I'm talking, I mean, profit filter, I like that. Way above that. Out here it's average. 2 to 4, 2 to 6. Okay.
You have SMCI still pushing up, NVIDIA's curling up, Apple, Microsoft, Google still really, really strong on the session.
I think 6 is too big, you know?
For those in the crowd, I had the pleasure of meeting Trade Finder in person. If you did not know, he's 4'11". That's why he's always short. He's always looking for the bull trade. I'm a short team. He's 4'11", and I'm pretty sure that his favorite movie is Goodfellas. I'm getting poop off your head.
4'11" plus 9 inches.
In the back.
Maybe.
Always back to the always back to the penis. It's floppy.
Qs are moving right back up, trying to at least. All right, I'm going to take another stab at the Qs here. Thinking of going short again on the QQQ indice. Just watching this dollar to see if we get any additional signals. Tesla's still weak. Amazon's weak. Bitcoin's weak. Crypto stocks weak as well.
Oh my God, that was so much fun. Shark, you're the legend, bro. That was so much fun.
I'm in IWM.
All right, I'm short the Qs here. 415.57. 415.57. It's a 1/3 position. 1/3. I'll add basically at this kind of this double top area. You can just see this beautiful channel that we broke down. Resistance, resistance, resistance. Then we broke into it. So it's a big, big area.
Oh, I just got over being sick. Definitely going around.
So you're probably also look at the 3-minute of the IWM. There's a W forming. Well, you gonna buy the Vision Pro?
No,
You seem like the type of person who would. I think you should.
I like Apple products, but I'm not a VR guy.
Nah, what about an AR guy?
I'll see what people say about it when they actually have it first.
Bigger gains, I can see getting one too. Imagine.
Oh, Paper Games will definitely come up. He wanted to get some other brand thing. Sent me on Amazon. That was like kind of.
Paper get one too.
Remember the
get
number?
180.
What number we remember, Michael?
The number I gave you for SMCI, 400. It's at 397.53. Our 350 calls for SMCI.
So we are short the Q, still short SMCI. I'm actually going to add to my SMCI right here, 396.65. 396.65. Still holding my SOXS. So our average on SMCI is now 392.56. And we're short the Qs as well, 1/3 position. Bitcoin's getting a big pop here, so look for crypto stocks. All right, Bitcoin's getting a big pop here, guys. I'm going to take $17 calls on Mara, 0DTE $17 calls on Mara, $17 calls on MARA right here. Just got filled. So we're looking for a move to 17 bucks is risky. May not get there, but this one's super, super oversold. That if this little momentum sticks, it should be a pretty, pretty big move. this rally's 10%, I mean, we're going to make probably, what is that, probably about 6,000, 7,000%. All right, so semis are starting to see a little bit of potential weakness. Bitcoin's trying here. Watch the cues. So we are long MARA via some call options. And we're short SMCI, we're long SOXS, and we're short the Qs. Nice little reversal candle on the Qs coming in.
I know, I'm looking at the 15-minute Sharky. I kind of see you there. We're rejecting the 113. Mikey's 113 on SPY at 477. We can't get above that. Shorts not big. Especially below that monthly hedge. It's nasty, but 5 seconds.
Tesla puts her pay in. Roku, you piece of shit.
That candle closed with the long signal on. So there's resistance right above, but it did close long. So.
Yes, sir. She will hit my target. $400 level. I called that out. I got it open. Correct. Why is that the case? What did they say in their preliminary report that's making it go up like this? Can anyone tell me? This is a learning opportunity. Go.
Still holding the Qs short, guys. In a Mara long.
What is their forward guidance show them and their PE?
Still holding those 209 puts on Tesla. They're about 18 cents, 14 cents now from going in the money.
Do the math. Do the forward, do the PE math. What does it equate to?
Come on, Tesla, get down there.
Find out the dollar value of the stock.
Bitcoin's trying to put in this little inverse head and shoulders here. If we break this flat top neckline, we could actually see a move in Bitcoin all the way up to about 41.4. A little bit of a potential inverse head and shoulders on MARA here. You can see this is looks like a clean one because you have 1, 2, 3 pivots off of a neckline. Qs are still strong right now. SMCI is still pushing. All right, so Tesla 209 puts just went in the money, guys. Tesla 209 puts just went in the money. Tesla 209 puts just went in the money. I'm still going to ride them a little bit lower because I think the indices may give us more. So I'm still up. I'm still riding them. I'll let you know if I close that trade. But I'm still riding that. Still riding an SOXS long. Oil's looking strong. DXY is curling down. You're seeing more weakness creep in through the likes of Meta, the mega caps, Microsoft. All right, big push on the semis. So here comes the Qs. They are falling pretty sharply here. They are falling pretty sharply. Amazon's also weak right now. Still holding. Actually, Amazon went negative. Qs are coming down more, guys. So I'm still holding short Qs, long SOXS. Took some miracles. That one might go against us, though. All right, guys, I'm going to take a high-risk play here. Amazon 152 0 DTE puts. Amazon 152 0 DTE puts. 152 0 DTE puts on Amazon, guys. And I'm seeing weakness in Tesla, so I do think that maybe that's going to spill into Amazon. Tesla's getting a bounce. Microsoft's curling down. Still holding above all of the intraday moving averages. Mara's trying to get going here, guys. So Mara is trying to get going. If we can break this little neckline on Mara, we're off to the races. Bitcoin's still weak, though. Believe it or not, you actually have an inverse head and shoulders on the Qs here. Potential. If you break this neckline, I mean, then it's going to be new highs on the Qs. So if we get a neckline break above this trend line, I will look to stop out of the Qs, because it does mean a potential move all the way up to this area here. And, you know, with the strength in some of the semiconductors, there's a shot that it could do that. You know, don't. Mara's trying to curl up a little bit here. Oil's taking a bit of a breather. Hey there, Nareesh. Uber about to pop. Let's take a quick peek at Uber. Yeah, you know, that's actually a solid chart. Right now it's making a bullish reversal. Nice W pattern. You've broken out of this trend line. Let's do a high risk play here. I'm just going to go long some common shares here. I'm just going to wait though. All right, we got the retest. I'm going to pick up some Uber shares. 64.80. I just got filled. 64.80. Let's play ball, Nareesh. This is Nareesh Gupta's call out. I do like the chart. We're at the highs of the session right now. Intraday action. Let's see if we break this little pivot. We still have shorts on the market in case this goes against us. Even if we get a move back to these highs, it's about a 20-cent pop. Enough for us to make a quick profit. Good little find there, Nareesh. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Nice little chart setup. Stop loss on this trade basically going to be either a 1 minute close back below the neckline. You know, even if I redraw this little trend line here. If we lose this little channel, I will stop out of the trade. You know, you can even give it a little bit more room and use this little green bar candle. You can see Uber's trying to push up here, guys. Uber is trying to push up. Bitcoin had a big reversal candle. Tried popping up to the high side, getting rejected at 41,000. So as long as the market holds up, I could see Uber pushing to 65. As long as the market holds up. 65.18. That could definitely happen today. SMCI is almost up 30% on the session. Apple's putting in new highs. China stocks are trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Here goes Uber. Apple to 192. Yeah, that looks promising. I mean, 192, I guess you're eyeing up that gap window. We're in the gap window right now, so 192 looks promising. Don't know if you'll hit that today. That's a little bit of a stretch. I mean, Apple had that plus 3% day yesterday, so I don't know if you're going to get there today, to be honest. You are trying to pierce the 50-day moving average, so that's a big critical resistance level. I would favor a pullback at this area. I actually could see Apple retracing all the way back down to 188.74, going negative today and then closing the gap. Still holding Amazon puts, still holding this QQQ short. You can see we tried breaking out, and that was a little bit of a failure that is coming into fruition. I'm going to add to my SMCI short here at 404.65. That is the final add. 404.65. So our average on SMCI is sitting at 400. We're down on the trade right now. That's okay. Already closed winners on the Qs. We're still long Mara with some call options. Still holding a QQQ short, which we're slightly in the money on. Oil's starting to weaken a little bit here. Apple's pulling in from the highs. Microsoft's looking a little bit weaker now. Tesla's still down 1% on the session.
Seems to me like most topics are kind of choppy in the morning and
All right, so Uber's now testing this channel. We may have to stop out, or at least I'm going to stop out if we close back underneath this channel. Still technically holding. SMCI is just absolutely flying here, ripping up. Mara is testing that breakout of the neckline. So MARA is looking to potentially break out here, guys. All right, guys, I'm seeing the indices break down here, so I'm actually just going to watch Uber closely because I am seeing the market's breaking down here. Dixie's trying to get a little pop.
I think he said it in that speech or whatever. Sports edge. Yeah. Long yes in the paper trades, baby. Let's shoot.
All right, so Uber's holding support. Mara's trying to break out. Semis are still strong. SMCI is doing the heavy lifting. It's up over now 31%. Wow, what an incredible. I think it's a little overdone, to be honest. We're still holding our SOXS as well at that 541 level. You can see even with SMCI putting in new highs, NVDA really hasn't put in new highs. AMD really hasn't put in new highs, although this looks like a nice V-shaped recovery and breakout. The big important ones you have to watch out for. AVGO, that's one of the biggest components. That one is on watch for a potential head and shoulders. If you curl up here, could curl up and create a right shoulder. Watch that neckline. Qs still holding short. Qs still holding Tesla 209 0 DTE put options, which we're up on the trade, but I want more. I do want more. Let's look at Uber again. All right, Uber's testing this area here. Looks like it might break down and have a bit of a failed breakout. And again, that's just primarily market weakness. Mara getting rejected, so that's more market weakness. Baba looks strong. Baba's trying to, still down 1%, but it's looking like it wants to try to push up. All right, Uber's still holding here, guys. We'll see. UPST ready? 32.23. Come on, UPST. Let's go. Let's take a look at these high flies. Just be careful because the IWM is actually weak today. So these high short interest stocks do not have the tailwinds with them. They have a weak Russell 2000, which typically when the Russell's weak, these stocks do bad. So I actually don't like this setup here, personally speaking. I could be wrong. Reason I don't like it is you had your big move up. Now you're looking like you're putting in lower high, and there's some pretty big reversal candles. Now, if the Russell 2000 can firm up, then these stocks can absolutely squeeze. See how the charts are very similar? Big reversals. UPST, also two big reversals. But I mean, it could absolutely try to push up. I mean, one could argue there's a potential inverse head and shoulders here on the 10-minute chart, which we're trying to. So you have your left shoulder, your big head, your right shoulder. Yeah, you know what? As long as you hold above the neckline, you could push up, actually. So I stand corrected. There is a potential where you could push up. Bitcoin's still selling off here. Bitcoin is selling off still. Wow, SMCI is just continuing to surge here, guys. So I'm still holding my Tesla put options, holding this Uber long, holding a Mara $17 0 DT call. Mara is actually now trying to break out. Microsoft's about to go negative. I'm actually going to look to short MSFT. It's looking weak right now. All right, guys, I'm going to short Microsoft right here, 394.35. This is a 1/3 position. We'll break this little line here. And could have a move down in Microsoft of about $1.30. So again, with Microsoft breaking down, here goes Mara, guys. So we're finally starting to see some of those calls start to try to break out of this little downtrend. Again, we have 0 DT, $17 calls. Do I think it's going to get there? No, but even if we get halfway, that'll be a nice little gain in our pocket. SPY, QQQ. QQQ is actually trying to break out here, guys. So all right, Microsoft's breaking down. We're up 34 cents. So Microsoft's going to weigh in on these indices, guys. All right, I'm going to have to put the stop loss on Uber here at 64.69, this green bar low. Stop loss is in place. Stop loss is in place. You can see the Qs are trying to break, but look at this breakdown in Microsoft occurring. That's a big, big breakdown in Microsoft. Meta is starting to curl in now.
The 330s are at 84.78. The 400s are at 18.40.
Microsoft's catching a little bit of a bid here now. You can see that it is catching a bid. That's going to help the Qs push higher here. Qs are still into some really, really good resistance points here.
And now I put 5% on those IWM comments I bought the other day.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, the same thing. By the way, I just got, speaking of that, IWM, I just grabbed one leg balls again today. We triple bottom and again, continued positive divergence and
Nice little push on Uber. I'm going to move my stop up now on Uber. Basically here at 64.70. If we break out of here, I'm going to push it up to about break even. Actually, I'm going to move it to break even right now. 64.80 stop is in place on Uber. Mara is having a nice little breakout. SMCI is finally taking a breather. Come on, Uber, push up. Uber going, look up Carvana, falling wedge, breakout, 16 plus near Mara. Yeah, Carvana is having a nice squeeze. Look at that. Wow, this one's this one's probably going to squeeze up nicely. Hitting your first little resistance. Yeah, Carvana, if we get a close above this pivot, I mean, that's looking pretty strong. Mara, yep, Mara's getting a nice little breakout here. Again, we took those $17 0DT calls. Hopefully that starts to pay out. Bitcoin, hopefully Bitcoin can keep moving up. Uber still long. All right, I'm going to move my stop now in the money on Uber just slightly by about 2 cents there. Mara's still pushing. Dollar's falling a little bit.
You left 16,000 on the table, bro. Listen to me. Get that out of your fucking head right now. Get it out. Please.
Uber's about to go green, so a red to green reversal.
If I take 20 grand and put it out on the table right in front of you, what are you gonna think? What's the first thing that's gonna come to your mind? Holy shit, that's 20 grand.
yeah, barely.
What my point is, when that 20 grand is looking at you, what is that 20 grand thinking? Who the fuck is this guy? It's thinking nothing. So in other words, your 20 grand don't care about you. Don't care about
All right, Qs are getting rejected at double top here, guys. Qs are getting rejected at double top.
I want you fucking in trading because you missed out on 16 grand on the table. How many times have you seen people do that?
NVDA new all-time high, new high of day. NVIDIA new high of day. AMD's gunning for high of day. Looking like a nice strong trending day to the upside. So we're long Uber, long Mara. Still have puts on Tesla, Amazon. Shorts on the Qs here. SMCI short. That one's just squeezing out shorts. That one is absolutely squeezing out shorts. We're seeing a little bit of market weakness creeping in. Apple just took over Microsoft's market cap, so Apple's now a larger market cap after that 3+% day yesterday. Apple has now regained the top spot. Can't keep the king off of its throne for long. We'll see if it lasts. It's going to be probably a tug of war in 2024 between those two behemoths. SPY looks like it wants to gun for all-time highs today. That's the way this is shaping up. Is S&P is gunning for all-time highs. Now, you have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours of consecutive upside on the SPY, so some consolidation would be nice. All right, guys, I'm moving my Uber stop up to 64.83. 64.83, just moved it up another penny to 64.83. You can see why, because I'm seeing a little bit of distribution here. All right, we just got tagged on our stop loss there on Uber. Our stop was just tagged on Uber. Small little gain. We'll flip to the Qs here. We're starting to see SMCI break down a little bit here. Let's take a look at UPST. Nareesh is going crazy in the chat. Thanks for some of your picks, though. All the high-flying squeeze stocks, just again, be careful with them. The Russell's still weak on the session. It is the negative indice. Our Tesla puts are still in the money. We called out those 0DTE 209 puts. I'm still holding for more, Tesla's had every reason to bounce here. It is seeing some heavy volume in this area, so maybe this is putting in a little bit of a local low. We are piercing this beautiful wedge pattern. And you can argue that there's a head and shoulders triggering today if we get a daily close. But there's still lots of time in the session here for the bulls to kind of regain things. Qs are right now struggling at that double top. I still have Amazon puts, Tesla puts, Microsoft short, Mara calls, SMCI short, and SOXS long. Took some small profits on that Uber. Just trying to see if there's anything else that I like as a trade. Bitcoin. If Bitcoin can firm up, maybe even Coinbase calls look good. Alibaba's potentially triggering an inverse head and shoulders. So I'm going to go long Baba here, 67.40. 67.40. 67.40. This is a 1/4 position on Baba. You can see if we clear this neckline, we have a nice inverse head and shoulders break, which yields about 50-cent move on Baba. From the neckline, that probably will fill the gap. So that's the target on Baba, is this gap fill. We should fill it. S&P is breaking higher here, guys. Qs are getting a nice green stick to the upside. Come on, Baba. Firm up here. Get that breakout. Mara is still trying to push up. Now Bitcoin is starting to participate, guys. You do have BTC, but I think what we could see is BTC start to firm up, and that's when you could see the QQQ start to maybe pull in from these levels. I have seen that correlation where we're actually seeing as BTC moves down, the Qs and the other indices are moving up. So if BTC starts to push up, it'll be interesting to see if we start seeing liquidity come out of the equity market and into BTC. It's almost like they're shuffling money in and out of Bitcoin crypto market into US equities. So I just think that's super interesting to note. Mara, BTC, let's take a look at BTC here because our Mara calls are starting to move up nicely. A little bit of a rejection there. If Mara can actually hold this pattern, it is a nice potential breakout. You do have now another neckline from this pivot to here. If we can break out of this, we even have a bigger inverse head and shoulders. That should yield about a 3% move to the upside, which would put us about $16. So we kind of have two targets now on Mara. The first one has triggered right here at this 1584 level. And the second target is this blue area. But a big sell candle on the Qs there at that previous pivot high. We'll see if it surmounts to anything. SOXS is pushing up. Still holding my Tesla puts. Look at these Tesla puts. They are printing here. We took 0DT 209 puts. We're all the way at 208 and climbing. And this is where the indices are still super, super green. You have the QQQ up 0.64%. I still think there's a chance we test the low end of this range. SMCI, I'm still holding my SMCI short. We're slightly down. That one's coming in though. Our average is at 404.65. SMCI, our average is at 404.65. Sorry, our average is at just above 400, 400.1. So we are slightly down still, but we're very, very close. And this one's still up over 29% on the session. I mean, just a simple basic fib retrace off this move should take us to at least 392. That would be a whole $8 in our pocket per share, which is roughly about 1.9%. This has been a market leader, so it's super, super important to pay attention to. Bitcoin's still holding the lows. It is trying to push up here. Let's look at the Qs again. Qs are getting a big stick again. Big stick to the upside. Mara is still putting in a potential bull flag pattern on the 3-minute chart. You do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sectors red, including the Dow Transports, which is 9. So when you have 9 sectors red, but you only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sectors green, it just shows you that this again is just such concentration in the technology sector, making things that much more expensive, that much more overbought. And really, is it sustainable to see this concentration in the technology sector when you have many other sectors starting to sell off? This is not a true broad market rally. And when you think that the S&P is gunning for new all-time highs and the Qs are really trading above their all-time highs, that's concerning that it's not a broad market participation. Today you have the dollar slightly down, which is why the markets are liking this rally here, and you have semiconductors strong. So when you have SMCI up over 30%, it is instilling much more confidence in the whole technology space, semiconductor environment. And typically chasing up here after you get 30+% move is not very wise. We still have a lot of earnings that are commencing and coming up over the next few weeks. Still a lot of mega caps to report. And I think there are going to be some gap downs that surprise people. I really do. We're getting this negative divergence on the RSI intraday action. So just be careful that this could open us up for some downside now. We should get one more little push up here as long as this curls up. But we're still inside of this big resistance pivot. SMCI continuing to push. Tesla still weak. Apple, Microsoft, Google is pushing near the highs of the session. NVDA is about to push for the highs of the session. Alright guys, I'm just going to add to my SMCI one last time here, right at this 408.25 level. I just added at 408.25. That is a full position short on SMCI, 408.20. Whoops. 408.25. So we have a full position short. That brought up our average a little bit more to 403.61. That is a full position short on SMCI. Super high risky trade. It is a small cap semiconductor that typically is trying to probably squeeze out some shorts. We're still holding Tesla's puts, which are in the money. Still holding a Microsoft short slightly down on that. Our BABA trade, it is trying to test this neckline breakout again. Our MARA call options are looking, they're basically flat. You have triggered one little breakout, putting in some consolidation. Bitcoin really needs to hold here in order for this trade to potentially work out. But we clear this little pivot, we should have a move to about 41.4. Qs, a big surge on the Qs. All right, I'm just going to add to my short here at 416.50. And then all the way up here at 417. That's where I will add. All right, Baba's trying to get a break. Microsoft seeing some resistance though. All right, guys, so even with that push in the Qs, what I found interesting is SMCI, the leading stock of the day, did not participate. That was a big push on the Qs. Tesla's trying to firm up now. Baba's breaking out of that neckline. Google new high of day. Microsoft's curling down. Apple's curling down now. Dollar's breaking down. Oil's weak again. Tesla's still down 1.3%. Just can't seem to get out of its own way. We're now flat on our SMCI. I repeat, we are flat on our SMCI. UPST mooning. Let's take a peek. Yeah, I mean, it's still inside of this whole chop and slop, right? So the one thing I don't like is you've had the indices push to new highs. But these stocks haven't yet. So, I mean, the big thing you want to watch for is this, clearing this 31.65 pivot. So other than that, it's still in a little bit of a distribution pattern as of now. But it is firming. I mean, again, you have triggered this inverse head and shoulders, which is about an 11% move from this little neckline. So we have an upside target of roughly 34. We clear this little pivot here, and it's game on. It is game on for this UPST. High short interest. You're going to start to see probably some shorts start to cover. Apple's starting to curl in now, guys. Apple is starting to curl in. Any other tickers anybody's looking at right now? If there is, throw them up in the chat. We can take a quick peek. You know, you have some high flyers. Save Airlines, 25.26. You know, that was an interesting one because it had that big capitulation candle. I sent out an alert to buy it at around 5:06 yesterday with my members. Nice huge reversal up nicely. This one's looking like a local bottom is in, but it's still so oversold. Bearish environment. You're going to have a lot of gap up. What this reminds me of is this little stock here, Hawaii Electric, where you had that Hawaii wildfires, you know, and then you get these huge bounces off of the lows, but a lot of just chop and slop. Very, very messy. I mean, look how long this one's just been trading in a range, bearish range for. That's what this Save Airlines reminds me of right now, unless they get some sort of a deal. All right, Bitcoin's coming in a little bit. SMCI starting to break down. Again, we are still short SMCI. We're also long the SOXS at this 541 level. We do have some Baba long, which is trying to break out. We still are riding Tesla 0DT 209 puts, which are basically flat on. They were in the money quite a while ago. Still holding an Amazon put option, which we are down on right now. Still holding a Microsoft short at this 394 level. You can see we had a little bit of a fake breakdown, reversal. Let's take a peek at how Apple's doing. That's starting to potentially trend lower. Uber still holding in that range. Let's look at Carvana. We're just going to quickly do some ramping through some of the stocks. Carvana absolutely ripping. Let's see, or sorry, falling. SMH, potential lower highs, still putting in higher lows. You take out this pivot, you're probably going to come all the way back down to 182 on the charts. And that's what SMCI is potentially maybe displaying to me here by breaking down just a little bit. We're still holding our Mara call options here. Nice little potential bull flag. If we do a measured move of this bull flag, which is looking very, very constructive here, should see a move up to 1580 on the charts of Mara. M-A-R-A. But again, this is probably going to be a whole market trade. All right, Qs are starting to break down some more now, guys. Qs are starting to break down some more. Baba's had a breakout. Good risk to reward setup on AMD. AMD is a nice short opportunity here. It's retraced back to the highs. We can use the high pivot as a shorter day. I'm going to short AMD here, 166.75. 166.75 I got filled at. This is a high risk play, 1/4 position. Basically, I'll add at the double top if it presents ourselves. So we have a lot of positions on the docket right now. We do have a lot of positions on the docket. Apple's now starting to come down just a little bit. Still have many sectors red on the session. Many sectors are still red on the session. So every dip Qs are being bought right now. Every dip Qs are being bought. AMD, XAAU. All right, let's take a look. So AMD up first here. AMD, we just executed a short on AMD into this double top zone. Semis, I'm seeing bearish divergences across the whole market here. XAU, that's gold, I believe. Gold spot. Nice bullish reversal. This is on the back of the dollar softening. I actually like this gold chart. So gold actually triggered a head and shoulders pattern. You haven't confirmed. You're doing a retrace to the neckline right now. The only thing I don't like is take a look at this breakout above the neckline. Absolute rejection. So it looks like we're coming back up now, but obviously gold is influenced by what the dollar's doing. Dollar intraday is coming down, but the dollar's looking bullish here. Dollar broke out of this inverse head and shoulders. This is now forming a bull flag pattern, just like it did here. Got the breakout. Now it's forming another consolidation. I have an upside target of 106. The big equity sell market signal will be when the dollar reclaims 104. So as soon as the dollar gets above 104, which I'll just put on the chart now, that's when the equity markets, emerging markets, are going to get a huge sell signal. But I don't like gold right now because I think the dollar is stronger. I wouldn't short it. I mean, technically this is a short pattern just with using a stop loss above this neckline. You know, even then when you throw in another factor, GDX has just been absolutely weak. It has triggered a head and shoulders on the daily chart. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Retrace to the neckline. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Rejected all 5 times. Downside target on GDX is 21 bucks. which implies a pretty big fall. And whenever you have miners showing weakness and gold is on the cusp of breaking down, often that is a signal that it is very likely to break down. So just pay close attention to that. Hopefully those two charts help, guys. Please feel free to put more if you see anything that you're watching. But thanks for the comment there, Tom and Aggie. All right, guys, a nice breakout on Alibaba here on our Baba long trade. So this one has legs. This one has room to run, guys. This one has room to run. I'm actually just going to draw in the neckline of this pattern like this so that we can see a better support zone. But this one is starting to run. Let's flip through some of these other tickers previously. Uber, we were long, stopped out for a small gain. Carvana coming down. UPST. Watch out for this one. Lower highs are in place. Potential 1 minute head and shoulders. You break this little neckline, and it could be in trouble for Carvana. Watch that close, or sorry, UPST. Now, it is just forming a wedge pattern. So whichever way this wedge pattern breaks will yield a big move one way or another. Let's take a look at AFRM. I haven't looked at that one in a while. That one's starting to push up. Amazon just went negative, guys. So more consumer discretionary. Or sorry, it's actually trying to flip positive. It was negative, but it's trying to push up here. QQQ new high. QQQ new high. I just added to my QQQ short there 416.50. Brings up my average to 416. Qs are pushing, guys. Baba's getting a nice push. Tesla's not participating. Our puts are still in the money. I just added to my Microsoft short 395.35. 395.35. 395.35. That's the second entry short on Microsoft. That's the second entry short on Microsoft. Our average now on MSFT is sitting at 394.92. 394.92. Next ad level on the Qs is 417. We get a touch of 417. I will look to add to my short trade here. Microsoft's trying to push. Big ramp up coming in the Qs. You can see this parallel channel that really we traded in here, broke down. Big gap up back into it. We're now back inside that channel. You can see some sellers are being present right at that channel. Still short Tesla via put options. Still short SMCI. We're flat on the trade. Still short Microsoft common shares. Have some Amazon puts, Mara calls, which were going down. Alibaba calls are absolutely ripping. We have an SOXS long. We also have an AMD short. The Qs are still strong here, guys. SPY is gunning for that 480, it looks like. Into good double top resistance on the SPY after 5 consecutive hours. Dollar softening. What's interesting is Tesla still can't catch a bid, even though these markets are grinding up. So Microsoft, Google, Amazon, NVDA doing the heavy lifting right now as we speak. NVIDIA. No problem there, Tom. Yeah, NVIDIA's at new all-time highs right now. And this is just on the back of the semiconductor strength. A little bit of a negative divergence. Lower highs on the RSI, higher highs in the price action. Just be careful if you're chasing longs. It could go up. Let's see, the Qs are still into resistance. Tesla's still coming down. So, I mean, in terms of NVIDIA, I'll just go over this quickly. It's getting some sympathies on the back of all the earnings reports. You know, you look at this chart, it's just gone parabolic again. Obviously, you had a big range of consolidation. RSI is entering overbought territory, just like it did over here. You know, over here, it's very, very extended on both the weekly and the daily. You're getting that negative divergence on the weekly. Whenever you get a negative divergence on the weekly, you want to pay attention because it is telling us that, okay, you know what, maybe the stock can push up a little bit more, but it's getting the trend is starting to show a little bit signs of vulnerability right now, but it's just absolute strength in the semiconductors. It is just soaring and roaring here on the back of SMCI. You had Taiwan Semi, you know, all report decent earnings, so everyone's guiding up. All right, so the market looks to be melting up here. Carvana is getting a little bit of a pump to the upside. Chewy, Banks, Chewy, the pet food company. That one has a high short interest as well. So I see the theme that that Naresh is showing here is all these high short interest stocks that you're looking for big outsized moves. You know, Chewy, I mean, yeah, you're getting a curling action of this short-term 3-day moving average. That's technically a little bit of a bullish sign for sure. Wow, look at this push up. Bitcoin could only firm up. That would help our calls. Google still surging. SPY pushing new highs on the Qs. It's a big uptrending session day. Still holding my Tesla puts, which are in the money right now, and they're not. And the market is still trying to push up. All right, just added my Qs there at 417. That was the next add level on the Qs, 417. We gave you that well in advance. So it brings the average up to 416.35. We are outside of this channel now. Upside target was achieved on the Qs. Let's see if we get any more downside. I'm going to add to my AMD short 167.58. 167.58. That's the second entry short. We still have two more entries on AMD. My average on AMD is now sitting at 167.22. 167.22. Still holding my BABA long, still holding my Tesla puts. One thing I'm not liking about this market is Tesla's just not catching any bid here. Any bid. Which is why we're still, and you think about the SPY pushing up. You think about the QQQ just absolutely pushing up, and it's not catching any bid. Look at that nice little sell-off on AMD, a hard red bar down. Again, our average is sitting at 167.22. 167.22. All right, so now you also have the dollar trying to firm up a little bit.
And then where my target was at, and then it printed the long signal right when I got out. So you see the 5-minute squeeze, everything showing upside. So just a lot of break and hold of the levels in my zones. That was the reason for the SPY calls there. So overall, just a really good trade.
Remember, well done, brother. QCOM, we're right at R2. She breaks R2. I think we're going to go to R3, which is 154.51. About 50% of those calls that I mentioned earlier, the extreme high risk ones.
All right, NVIDIA's seeing its first little down candle in quite a while. It's just been in an uptrend.
You can take some and only.
We don't have bears in here. We have realists. It's a big difference.
We don't have bears. We don't have bulls. We have traders.
So right now, let's just scroll through some of these. You have oil flipping back to the positive side. In terms of yields, you have the 2-year up, 10-year up, 20-year up, 30-year flat, silver negative, gold slightly positive, GDX down. So a little bit of weakness in GDX despite gold being positive. You have the Dixie just basically slightly negative, Russell's negative, SPY's up 0.5%, QQQ up 0.93% on the session. Microsoft only up 0.5%, NVIDIA up 1.87%, Apple up 0.7%. Apple's surge today has overtaken its top spot as the largest company in the world. It's a struggle right now between Microsoft and Apple. Take your pick. Who's your best fighter? Apple has released their Vision Pro today, so we'll see how the day closes on the back of that major product announcement. SMCI is the big winning hit of the day. The semiconductor is just absolutely ripping. We also have now Tesla down 1.17%, AMD's up 2.7%, Bitcoin's down 1.25%. You have Amazon just slightly green, up 0.16%. Google's up 1.95%. So it is the best performing mega cap today. Meta up 1.5% on the session. But again, you still have the XLY that just flipped green actually. So that's Tesla and Amazon sector. Then you have utilities negative. You have XLP, so staples negative, industrials negative, materials negative, and the transports negative. You have communications positive. That is the second best performing sector behind technology XLK. Then financials are doing well. You have real estate positive, healthcare positive. So not a complete broad market rally, which is interesting to note considering that SPY and Qs are absolutely just pushing here. So nice little reversal wick, potential little double top here on the QQQ. We'll see what happens. Tesla's actually getting a bid now off of the lows. So that's super helpful for the Qs because that's been like a little bit of a weight dragging the Qs down, so to speak. In terms of some of the high short interest stocks, you've had Upstart green, AI green, Carvana green, PCT, Goose green, Laser green. Plug is the big one, up 4.13%. VinFast Auto VFS is also green. Let's look at Plug because that's outperforming. That one's just been decimated in recent trading sessions. You can see that it still has not filled its gap, but you are into a mega range of support here. This previous consolidation support below the COVID low. That's pretty amazing. I mean, getting a little bit of a bullish divergence on the weekly. Nothing yet on the daily, but super oversold. Definitely one that could push higher here. Again, if you see this neckline break on Plug, watch it closely because that's going to yield a pretty decent move. So again, watch this neckline. I'm just going to put a little alert there just in case we test it, just so that I can look for some long entries there if it decides to push up. Qs are still just hovering here. Looks like some distribution, but Microsoft's just ripping new highs on Microsoft. Bitcoin's coming in now. AMD, nice fall on AMD. So again, that's one of our shorts right now. Still riding it down some more. Still riding it down. Let's look at SMCI. That one's getting a nice little stick up to the upside. So we'll keep our eye on the Qs because Qs are still strong with Microsoft and Apple curling to the high side. Bitcoin's coming down again. That's not helpful for our merit trade. All right, so we have 10 people in the stream. I do run a day trading and swing trading service at tradingcapital.ca. I post my members' daily analysis videos. Each and every day I summarize the markets, what I'm expecting. Are we into support? Are we into resistance? Is it good to go long? Is it good to go short? been definitely a really, really good start to the 2024 year for my members and I. We've covered quite a few trades. I also track insider buying. There's been some interesting insider buying insider selling in names like Zscaler. Zscaler. Another one is GTLB. Big insider selling. You had a couple massive insiders sell here. What was the other one? CMN or CNM? I have to double check. Huge insider selling. The CEO sold 65% of his shares, and then the chief human officer sells 97% of their shares right around here. So big potential sell signals in some of those names. Look at our AMD short, guys. We are printing on this one. Look at this. Look at this. Still holding my Tesla puts. Still holding my Microsoft short. That's down on us. Still holding our QQQ short, which is slightly down. But AMD is just getting melting away here. Let's see what the Qs are doing. Qs are also melting away. Qs look like they want to get back in that channel, guys. I'm still holding short on AMD. I want more. I'm still holding my Tesla puts. Baba long. SOXS long. The dollar's trying to form a little bit of a local low, trying to push up here. Qs are looking like they want to get back in that channel. Let's see what the SPY is doing. So SPY actually hit a 479.45 level in the pre-market. It was all the way up to this 479.44. Look at this parabolic move. Boom. Looks like they want to run it up into the all-time high. It really does. Maybe they just run it shy. Oil's starting to break down now as well. Big bearish divergence on the SPY, guys. Big bearish divergence on the SPY.
Let's go, whale. Whale, hello there. AMD. Oh, your putas? AMD is up 50% here. His putas are up 50%. Well done. Well done.
Natural gas getting clobbered, down 6% on the session. Wow. NVDA is starting to curl back up. SMCI breaking down here. SMCI looks like a nice little breakdown potential. We have this neckline that we're triggering. This could yield a big downside move of roughly 5%. That would take us right back into this consolidation zone. Bitcoin is still so weak on the session, getting clobbered down some more.
seems to me like that thing wants to go to 70, 84. She breaks that, she'll go to 71. Ish. Whoa.
That low.
So Qs are trying to establish this range, this channel as support.
Spot price of 45.75. Wow, $100,000 worth for January 16, 2026. Kroger.
Yeah, that's what Peanut short. Peanut see the thing or what? No, I don't. By the way, AMD, I stopped out here for 38. Hold on. Let me see.
Adobe, 102.5% for me.
All right, so we're coming up into that 11:30 time frame.
She's solid. Come on, Adobe, you're over at 597.43. Come on. Oh, man. Again. All right. Let's do it. So, I just saw.
Another day where the VIX gets crushed on the VIX Crush Friday. Bitcoin's selling off here some more.
Yeah, Kroger. Hold on. BA. 215 call. Jan 19. BA. I just saw 225 calls roll through 200K for February 16th. Let's go. BA.
All right, AMD is starting to come in, guys. AMD is starting to come in. Qs are back inside the channel. Let's just flip through some of the mega caps. So AMD, we're short at that 167.23. Let's look at NVDA. NVIDIA is still trying to hold near the highs. It's starting to come in just a little bit here. SMCI. That one has triggered a potential neckline break. Let's look at AVGO, probably the more important semiconductor on the session. That one's trying to push up. So that one's looking optimistic to move higher. But it's really going to take the market. Let's look at the Qs. Let's look at Apple.
I just told you. Hold on 1 second. Just 1 second.
How's Mr. Softy doing? That's still holding near the highs, trying to push higher. Google's a strong horse of the day. Let's look at Tesla. That's a weak one. Still down on the session, over 1% despite the Qs and the S&P up. Still holding Tesla put options. Let's look at our Alibaba long trade. That one's trying to push higher. Bitcoin's still weak on the session, guys. Bitcoin is still weak. So BABA checked back to support. It held. It looks primed to continue higher. Mara getting clobbered on the back of Bitcoin, breaking down some more. AMD is catching a small bounce. Dollar's weak on the session. So it is starting to fall some more. Let's look at some of these squeeze names again. We'll take a quick peek at CBNA. That one's having a small little pullback. Let's look at Chewy again. It's trying to move up. Boeing's a strong horse. Boeing is a strong horse. Still short the Q, still riding Tesla puts. Bitcoin's coming in some more, guys. Bitcoin is starting to sell some more here.
Kind of feeling more retest this morning, man.
Well, just took a position or sold a position.
Remember what I said? It's like slide to retest 47861.
Didn't get 61 yet.
MIMO, there's been another spike here. Still holding the previous high. Bummer. Fucking. Wait. Almost lunch hour.
And European markets are still closed. Forgot about that.
Morning. West Coast.
So Qs are still inside that channel. Guys, I just added to my SOXS day trade. SOXS day trade at 532. 532. So basically that brings our average now down to 536 long SOXS. Qs are still putting in some consolidation here in an attempt to move higher. The SPY might want to be trying to push for new highs. Tesla's still weak. Bitcoin's still selling off pretty hard here. Look at this technical breakdown that is occurring in Bitcoin. And I actually just exit my Mara calls for a small loss. Maybe I picked the low of the day, but Bitcoin not looking too hot right now.
It's been a great week. Actually, it's been a great year so far. I was listening to things. I was giving you a heads up. January expiration contracts, options, they'll start closing soon. And I think that's why I'm having dip and everywhere open. That's where the questions were coming. Are we gonna be dipping more, or the opening the new options gonna be saving us? So I will tell you guys wait. Did I run it with all-time highs, or are we taking a hit on this year? It's always hard for when you don't look at the sectors in the market across. You don't know what you're getting against. So I always say check the sectors. That's how maybe so far it's working out.
There's a lot of bearish flow that just came through for CrowdStrike.
All right, Qs are starting to break down.
Breaks the high a day. I think we have a great shot of our 1195 getting in the money today. Here comes 47861.
So we're still short the Qs. Qs are getting a big sell side pressure candle. We're still holding an AMD short. We're still holding Tesla puts. We're still holding a Mr. Softy, Microsoft short, which are basically flat on our BABA long. That one's coming in a little bit with the market, still holding long though BABA. Our Mara we closed. Our SOXS long is starting to perk back up. Basically flat, break even on that one. Big sell side pressure on the Qs, just like that. We're now in the money. I warned you of this distribution. I warned you of the distribution, guys. Microsoft, the whole market is coming in pretty sharply here now. Whole market is coming in pretty sharply here. Big push now. Bounce on the Qs. Big bounce on the Qs. Still holding short SMCI, Tesla 0DT puts, Amazon puts, Microsoft short, Baba long, SOXS long, AMD short, SMCI short. I think I said those twice.
In the options box, when you do the gamma levels, you go OP gamma ticker, and then when you do expiration, what's the
SMCI is getting gobbled right back up. Qs are still back inside this channel, so there's always a shot the Qs can retrace to the low end of this channel. We'll keep dragging it forward. Keep dragging it forward.
Doesn't give me a. Well, you type the month first, then the day, the month, then the year. Yeah.
So this little sell-off, there was no real technical change. It was a technical resistance. We hit the dollar still flat. No real news that I'm seeing anything like that. We are just still seeing the markets come in.
Just to let everyone know, I'm currently working with Spider to get gamma levels on their charting.
Okay. So Love flying now. You have your Netflix's week leading up to next week. Love is a good candidate for RG. Shake out till the moon blue skies. Let's take a look at Love. LUV.
Those of you who watch the Transpire training session in my education channel.
Yeah, so I mean, Love, you had an attempt at a breakout. This is a failed breakout. It's inverse head and shoulders. This is going lower, guys. Love is going lower now. This is a failed breakout, especially if you lose this little pivot zone here. You lose this little pivot, you're going back to double bottom. And this is why the market's selling off. So all of these stocks are basically going to be under pressure just slightly here. AMD getting hit pretty hard. Qs were nicely in the money. Our Tesla put is still in the money. Our Microsoft were flat on. Bitcoin selling off pretty hard. Look at this AMD sell. We're about to trigger a little bit of a head and shoulders on AMD forming. We're already up from this 167 area where we entered. That's a nice technical breakdown on AMD occurring. We just need SMCI to cooperate. Tesla's still printing on our put options. Bitcoin's still coming in.
Right now, the spot is at the EMA 113. What do I expect to happen? I expect her to retest the EMA 23. This is all on the 1 minute. 48.69. Sorry. 478. 66. Retest the 23.
Bitcoin selling hard, guys. NVDA new high just had a huge big wick up. So you have Qs pulling in, but NVIDIA is still surging. AMD is on the near-term precipice of triggering this little breakdown. NVIDIA is still pushing. NVIDIA is still pushing. Bitcoin's still selling. I swear it seems that the money from Bitcoin is flying right into NVIDIA, which is very peculiar. Bitcoin's going to test 40,000 here, guys.
To the orb.
If we go to that orb, that level is 47697.
And then the Thor. Yeah, this is coming in right to where I want to try some of the MES bonds.
NVIDIA is still pumping. That's helping the Qs here big time. Microsoft, we're now flat on our trade. Microsoft, we are flat on our trade. Tesla, our put options are still printing here. I think Tesla's got a lot more. I mean, it just can't. Still got lower highs. You know, I still have a big technical breakdown on Tesla occurring. You know, you do have some support right around this. Let me just draw it in here. There's a gap fill, which, you know, if you zoom in, let's see. It was actually never technically filled. I mean, close enough, but you never filled that 205.66 gap. That's where I think Tesla's going. Not today. I mean, it could if the market had a huge breakdown. You know, that's another 1.29% drop. Certainly not out of the realm for Tesla. But again, we break these pivots here on Tesla, and the shorts are just going to pound this thing. So we're still riding our 0 DTE put options here. We are still riding our 0 DTE put options. Bitcoin's still selling very hard here. Let's look at the Qs. Dollar's starting to try to curl up. Qs, I think, are coming back down to this channel at the very minimum. AMD is printing for us. Tesla's printing for us. Microsoft were flat. SMCI were flat. SOXS were flat. All right, guys, I'm actually going to close my Tesla put options here. They are in the money. So I just took profits, a nice chunk of profit there at 208.29. So we're holding this little support level. I'm going to watch for a break of this level still. I still think indices are slightly weak, and we could see more continuation down.
So if I could stop there, stop. Okay. It's been a great day. Right here.
Big pump up in the Qs there. Whoa. Big push in the Qs. AMD still struggling at this neckline. All right, it did get a 1 minute close above that neckline. So technically it is surviving. It's living to fight another day. Hey man, glad you're back. There's descending cups forming on Meta and Google. What time frame are you looking at, Liquid Fire? Probably the daily chart. Nope, not on the daily chart. Just put what time frame you're looking at, Liquid Fire, and I'll be happy to take a peek. Let's see the 10-minute chart on Meta. Still an inside bar, bullish flag inside this green impulse candle. Nothing's wrong with Meta other than it's a little extended still, both on the hourly, daily. The 1 minute? Okay, let's take a peek at the 1 minute. I'm sorry, what did you say? A descending cup. Just 1 second, guys. I'm getting a phone call. Alright guys, I'm back on the mic here. Sorry about that phone call. So let's just gain our bearings here. So NVIDIA pushing right back to the highs. Microsoft pushing right back up. Qs are getting a big stick up to the upside here. You can see the nice bullish recovery on the Qs. NVIDIA new all-time high, just setting in. Bitcoin still weak on the session. Dollars trying to firm up, but also looking weak. SMCI, semis are pushing up across the board. AMD got a big push. Oil starting to break down just a little bit here. Attempting a breakout on the daily, which is looking like it's failing at this point in time. BABA's rechecked back to support.
Microsoft getting a little sell-off right here. The last 5-minute candle spike did flip bullish CPC. Boom. C. If the PC continues to go up. That's what I tell myself every time I have a red day. Just keep swimming. Guys.
Oh, MES. Oh,
Yeah, my dog needs to shut up back there. No, that was Luke. Leo. Oh, it's from the bar game. Yeah, I mean, they both are depending on. Like, Leo's bark nonstop. Annoying. The German Shepherd is more of a watchdog, so if she sees something, that should start barking.
NVIDIA just ripping. NVIDIA is absolutely flying here to the high side. Up 2.36%, just absolutely soaring and roaring.
oh yeah.
Enjoy your lunch. Stay burning. I'll go over shot. I don't even know what that means, but I think it's like a home baby.
Well done.
Hopefully it's nothing bad. Somebody just built.
Oh, that's me, baby. MES. I'm taking trades with you.
Q's right back up to the highs of the session and around this vicinity. Tesla's still weak on the session. IWM still negative.
The stream just left me like lemon one.
I'd be the idiot just using my real money learning and wasting
size and count. And I can definitely see why everybody switches. I definitely understand it.
Jordan's about to switch to futures. Watch out, people.
I can just scalp so much more. I'm cool with trade options, though, for sure. I don't want to leave options. That's for sure. I love options. Because like we were talking about yesterday with paper, I mean, options, like you don't get that delta gain when you're trading futures. You just don't. You're not going to hit plays like that. So, and I love hitting those plays, but end of the day, when we're scalping back and forth and we're not as trendy, futures are going to be for me on those days for sure.
For sure, for sure.
I don't know why. I thought that just pushed so much worse. Like,
SMCI soaring and roaring. Oil coming in. Bitcoin still weak, down 2.27%. Apple still holding near the highs. Microsoft's putting in a potential lower high. We'll have to watch that closely. NVIDIA is still putting in higher highs. SMCI pushing, NVIDIA pushing. The whole semiconductor complex is just soaring and roaring. Tesla's getting left behind in the dust. Amazon's trying to push for a new high of day. Meta's curling up. That chart looks strong. Microsoft looks slightly weak with the potential head and shoulders forming on Microsoft. Now it's only valid if we breach the neckline on Microsoft. Your neckline is basically now going to be a very steep upsloping neckline, which roughly is here. I'm actually going to use the channel tool to show you that area. So NVIDIA is still pushing higher here. NVIDIA is still pushing higher here. It is now up on the session 2.7%. Just take a look at NVIDIA soaring and roaring, lifting the Qs single-handedly. Apple's now pushing up again. Microsoft's curling down. Google's looking like a 10-minute bear flag is about to play out.
Uh-oh. Evan's here with the news. Give us the news. Give us the news, Evan. Any news?
NVIDIA just going parabolic. More and more overbought on the daily chart, but things can definitely get more and more overbought as we progress. A little bit of a negative divergence. All right, guys, I'm short NVIDIA here, 587.02, 587.02. 587.02. Short NVIDIA. Qs are starting to come in just a little bit. 587.02. And sorry, I haven't really got to your question yet there, Liquid Fire. AMD seeing some rejection in sellers now. can see NVIDIA is trading in this channel, and it basically broke out. Should get a retrace, but this market is just going parabolic. Microsoft's curling down though, guys, so watch for potential weakness to creep into the market because Microsoft is curling down. Google 5-10 minute bear flag. Meta's pulling in from the highs. Amazon seeing a little bit of distribution here. NVIDIA is still just in a world of its own. Tesla's still weak. Apple's still strong. Still holding short on Microsoft, short on NVIDIA, short on AMD, long on BABA, short on SMCI, closed Tesla put options for a nice in-the-money trade. I'm looking at Google as a short because that's curling down. Microsoft's curling down. Let's see what these Qs, still holding this QQQ short as well. NVIDIA's finally starting to pull in from the highs. And guys, I just added to my SOX, SOXS 531. Just added at 531. This one's creating a little bit of a falling wedge pattern. Will we get a breakout of this falling wedge? So our average is now sitting at 533 on the semis. Semis are the heartbeat of this market because the last 2 days they've really been the only thing that's been running. NVIDIA is trying to push right back up. Tesla's catching a small bid.
What did you say about Alpha Romeo? I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. I don't think he actually said anything about Alpha Romeo. I think he was just doing Alpha Romeo, but it sounded like Alpha Romeo. Yeah, I think he was just
He was saying the arena group gave notice that it intends to lay off all Sports Illustrated staff.
Thank you. And what's the ticker for that?
Apparently it's AREN.
Yeah, so you probably did Alpha Romeo, Elephant, Nipples.
That's a tiny stock.
So Microsoft's into this little area. It's triggering this potential little breakdown here. Remember, the first one failed. Let's see if this one plays out now. We will have some support where we previously bounced, but Microsoft is looking to break down here. NVIDIA is finally seeing some sell side pressure. Still holding our BABA long. That one's still really trying to go green here and break out. It's curling up, still back tested support twice now. So this one should continue to move up. You hit it here, hit it here. We need to breach this high on BABA. We absolutely need to. All right, so Qs are selling off a little bit harder now. Qs are selling off a little bit harder. Again, Microsoft is on watch for this trigger. Has triggered this head and shoulders. So it has triggered on the 2-minute chart. Downside target is viable now. Big drop on NVIDIA there, guys. Big drop on NVIDIA. So we're still holding short NVIDIA, short AMD, short SMCI, short the Qs, long SOXS. We have a 531 average on SOXS, which we're in the money. Look at this drop on NVIDIA, guys. Nice little drop. We're retesting support. We are retesting support here. I'm still holding. I'm still holding. Big drop on NVIDIA there, guys. That was a nice epic drop. AMD really hasn't dropped. That was just simultaneously NVIDIA falling, which is hurting the Qs a little bit. It is starting to hurt the Qs a little bit. Let's see if this equates to anything more. Deeper sell coming in NVIDIA. Look at this fall, guys. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Big drops coming in the Qs. Again, Microsoft has confirmed that breakdown. Look at what's happening here, guys. A potential head and shoulders on the Qs now. Since Microsoft triggered its head and shoulders, you want to hold some validity to this pattern. We are triggering it right now, guys. We are triggering it right now as we speak. NVIDIA is selling off hard. All right, guys, I'm going to cover my NVIDIA here at 584.20. 584.20 I just covered for a nice little gain. Boom. That's a beautiful $3 up. Still holding my AMD. Still holding my QQQ. Still holding my Microsoft. Still holding an Amazon. Still holding a Baba Long. Qs are getting a small bounce there. So we did cover our AMD. Still holding a Microsoft short. That one again has triggered. Again, look at the head and shoulders on the Qs. With Microsoft triggering one, you would naturally think the Qs are also going to follow suit. But right now they are being saved and we're bouncing. We're bouncing, we're bouncing, we're bouncing. Look at Baba go, guys. Look at Baba go, guys. What a surge. Nice surge. We are long and strong on Baba. Look at this move. Don't know if there was news there, but that's a high volume breakout. I'm going to now put protective stops in place here. 67.56. We're locking in 6 cents per game, but that's a huge, huge stick to the upside. That's an epic, epic stick. Beautiful, beautiful stick. What a bounce in the Qs. Bouncing Baba. Baba's looking to potentially go green.
My guess is there's one more high, and then we dump.
Honestly, Mike, I highly agree with that.
One more high.
And then next week, I think we're going to get SPY all-time high.
Use the word definitely earlier when you said
I definitely do think we will.
AMD to high day.
So Qs are getting bought back up because of NVIDIA getting a huge, huge, huge buy program off of that support channel. Look at that. Right back pretty much to our short entry. Dollar's moving up. All right, I'm going to grab some NVIDIA shorts here again. Come on, let's see if we can get back to our 587.
What is this look high? All of a sudden, I hear this like something. Yeah, you did that.
paper, majority, and we'll post it.
Did not pick up new shorts on NVIDIA. I repeat, I did not. So Microsoft just hit a really big technical level. This is the spot where it needs to get back above. If we get rejection, expect the Qs to also sell off.
It like grabs the audio only coming out of my speakers, not from my it doesn't grab the desktop audio. Does that make sense?
Yeah, my pissed off toasting.
I told the world.
It's been sitting in my lap.
Baba's still performing strong. Bitcoin's getting a huge green candle in the 10-minute chart, trying to firm up again. Tesla's still down 1.5% on the session and not catching any bids. It looks like Tesla wants 206. It looks like Tesla wants the 206 target. Tesla's had every rhyme or reason to bounce, and it's not doing so. Bob is still surging.
Dude, I saw you adding on your MBS, like, holy, that's not perfect. Dude. What a sleeper.
Alibaba's ripping, guys. Alibaba is ripping. Tesla's curling back down. Microsoft's still at the neckline trying to fight it. AMD new high. NVIDIA pushing for a new high. Wow, look at our Alibaba go, guys. I don't know if there's news, but this is a huge rip. Moving my stop up on Baba, 67.72. Again, we've achieved that upside target that I had, but I think we get to gap fill. That's a big reversal.
Bro, make sure it's not covered. OnlyFans will ban you permanently if it's covered.
All right, Microsoft's still challenging that neckline right now. AMD is soaring. I'm going to add to my AMDs here at 168.02. 168.02. I just got filled. Another short entry on AMD. So my average on AMD is now short at 167.62. 167.62. Still holding this QQQ short. Microsoft appears to be getting rejected here. Russell 2000 is still negative on the session. It has been trying to firm up. All right, SMCI is starting to come in. Microsoft's starting to come in here, getting rejected at the neckline as of now. Let's look at the Qs again. Qs are still putting in higher lows, but potential lower highs. A little wedge pattern. Still holding above the neckline, gives it a shot, but
Okay, so listen carefully. The institutions, they just sold February 16, 2024, 490 puts for SPY, 600,000. Sold 470 puts for SPY, 725,000. Sold 478 puts for SPY, 176,000. Those are all bullish trades. The 490s are February 16th.
the SPY actually looks more bullish right now than the Qs. SPY, if we flip that chart, it looks like it wants to trigger a potential breakout here of this inverse head and shoulder. So we do have a neckline intraday right around there. This could push us to new highs on the SPY. So let's see if we do some call outs here. Whoa, AMD's just soaring. Baba's still strong. SMCI is curling down. NVIDIA is curling down. Microsoft still triggered that bearish neckline, but if it closes above, it will be recapturing the neckline. Need Apple to 191. Yeah, I mean, it could get there. It could get there today. You know, it's getting a little bit extended on the hourly charts. Needs some time to consolidate. But it's not my base case to get there today. Maybe Monday next week, Tuesday. But I don't have it calculated and projected to hit today. But the SPY, if this SPY breaks out of this little inverse head and shoulders pattern, we have a move to 479. So I'm watching that closely. Still seeing weakness in Tesla, but it's trying to firm up. It's still down 1.3. Bitcoin's still down 1.5, but that's getting a nice little green shoot. You know, and there's a potential 5-10 minute bear flag on the dollar, which does suggest that this S&P could move higher.
It could be enough standard time. Yeah, I can see this coming.
NVIDIA is still curling down. Microsoft's trying to push up. Google trying to push up. Meta trying to push up. Amazon actually is looking very constructive to move higher. BABA's still pushing. Oil's fallen off from the highs, getting rejected.
Keep my patterns on the one leg. What were you saying?
So again, Tesla's still under 210. It's at 209.09, despite the market showing absolute resiliency. And what could push the S&P and the Qs higher is if Tesla starts to firm up. We are getting a trigger. We are getting a trigger of this bullish breakout on the SPY. Apple, new high of day. Microsoft trying to recapture that neckline. It's into that zone right now. SPY looks like it's trying to make that new high, guys. All-time high on the SPY. Whoa, look at our BABA trade, guys. Whoa, look at that. Beautiful surge. What a surge there, guys. I am selling here at 68.50. I am out of BABA. Look at that. $1.10 per share. What a rip. Boom. What a rip. All right, so I'm out of BABA here, guys, for a nice $1.62 on the trade. What an absolute ripper. And you can see the S&P has triggered a bullish breakout on the 1 minute chart. Does suggest more upside. BABA's still squeezing. I don't know if there's news, but it's still squeezing here. Apple breaking out. SPY still trying. Dollar's softening here. Amazon new high. NVIDIA new high. AMD new high. So with the SPY pushing up here, can see Microsoft's trying to negate that bearish breakdown. It's still right into that resistance zone here as we speak, which is a little concerning because, you know, this is a bullish breakout on the S&P and the Qs, but Microsoft can't firm up. Tesla's curling down. We took huge profits on our BABA trade. All right, guys, I am going to, let me just see here. I'm going to short NVIDIA again, 588.32, 588.32. So 1/4 position again, 1/4 position on NVIDIA, 588.32. We are short again, going back to this trade. Now you're getting bearish divergences. I'm just going to add to my AMD short for the last time, 168.76, 168.76. That's my final add on AMD. Brings my average up to 168. 168 average on AMD on the short side. That's Microsoft got a hard rejection at that neckline. So let me just show you this MSFT neckline. Hard rejection off of that area. NVIDIA coming in now. Apple's still pushing, so that's insulating the sell-off right now. BABA's still surging here, guys. BABA is still surging.
Don't forget about BIDU. I told you. Ticker JD. Ticker JD.
What a rally on BABA. Holy, my members added to that position today at the lows at 67.15. We played it on a day trade as well. So epic session there. NVIDIA is still pushing, trying to push up here.
70 cents for a SPY. For all-time highs? Yep.
SPY is almost at all-time highs. About 70 cents. 479.96 is my all-time high on the SPY. AMD is pushing. We're seeing a little bit of a squeeze coming in here in the major indices. Look at the squeeze occurring, guys. Look at the squeeze occurring. What a rip. All right, guys, I just added to my Q short 417.60. 417.60. Just added to my QQQ short. That brings the average up to 416.89. 416.89. Microsoft did a retest of that previous neckline area and seeing rejection yet again. We'll keep the QQQ up. What a wild move in the markets. Absolute crazy parabolic mania. Is it sustainable? We will find out in the coming sessions and coming weeks. Find this super interesting that we're seeing this blow off mania right as the dollar has broken out, right as the yields have confirmed a breakout in the uptrend. Meta's coming in. All right, I'm going to take a high-risk play, 380 0 DTE puts on Meta. 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 Need Meta to hit to 380. High risk play. Size for loss because the market is parabolic and trying to break higher here. SMCI is starting to roll over just a little bit.
The $90 calls up 207%.
All right, Microsoft still finding rejection there. Qs are still at this high end of this channel. You know, this channel goes all the way back into this little area. SPY is 56 cents away from hitting new all-time highs. Dollar's breaking down here. Dollar is breaking down. Let's do a quick scan at Microsoft because that's a key area. This is going to take the Qs to the next leg. If it gets above this area, it takes the Qs to the next leg higher. But as long as it stays above there, it's kind of putting a little bit of a ball and chain weight on the market. NVIDIA is still just hovering. AMD slightly out of the money. Let's take a look at SMCI. That one's pulling in from the highs, lower high as the market is putting in higher highs. Potential little bearish divergence. You know, I wouldn't be surprised to see some profit taking in that part of the market. NVIDIA is still a strong horse, continuing to rip. One of these days, NVIDIA is going to pass Amazon in market cap. What is NVIDIA's market cap right now? I don't even know if this is higher, but 1.45 trillion. Let's see what Amazon is. Amazon's 1.59, Meta's 979, Google's 1.83. Big surge there. A SPY just went for new all-time highs, guys. SPY just is going for new all-time highs. 479.96 is new all-time highs on SPY, guys. 479.96 is new all-time highs. I'll just mark that in on the chart here. Look at that. SPY just briefly touched that area. SPY briefly just missed the all-time high price there. That might be the potential top. We're into a huge double top on SPY. Huge double top on SPY with a bearish divergence. Looks like they want to try to take it, but we're seeing some sellers present. So SPY tapped that new all-time high price. Oil's catching a big bid. Baba's trying to push back up.
Mine updates every couple seconds.
It's 480 on the dot.
Some would say it's close enough.
Now I put short paper.
What was the all-time high before?
I have 479.19.
Yeah, so now it's 480. Boom. I gave my 2 cents. You're welcome, world. We're new all-time highs.
No, you don't. I was watching a YouTube video. This girl has a payday loan with a 735% interest rate.
That's fucking incredible.
That was great, Mike. Good hold. Good hold.
GSM 200%, Adobe 130.
Bye.
On the new high, by God, month and enough.
So huge volume at that all-time high price. Huge volume. Google's selling off hard here, guys. Google is getting a big sell side candle here. Look at that candle down on Google. What is happening on Google? Holy. I'm going to take 145 0 DTE puts on Google. Just took them right here. 145 0 DTE puts on Google. Don't know if there's news on Google, but we just took high risk play here on Google. High risk play. Super, super high risk play.
Yes, ma'am.
SPY's trying to push back up again. Microsoft's pushing. Google's pushing. Let's look at the QQQ again.
Yes, ma'am. Well done.
Amazon's pushing for a new high of day. AMD's still trying to consolidate to move higher. NVIDIA's still at the highs of the session. Let's look at SPY because that's the indice that everyone's now plastering in the news regarding new highs or tagging the new highs. I actually have it that it just missed. Let's see on this chart here. Let me scroll back to the daily chart. Oh, this SPY. Yeah, so I actually have it that it missed the high. My high sits at 479.98. So it missed it by a couple pennies, which means that maybe there wants to be a retest. Maybe there's a retest, one more little surge higher here. All right, guys, $16 0 DTE calls on Mara. $16 0 DTE calls on Mara. Bitcoin's getting a big spike up here. $16 calls 0 DTE on Mara. We're at resistance right now. Amazon's just ripping. Tesla's catching a bid.
Our 390s are 300%. Our $70 calls from earlier in the week are up 1,200%.
Bitcoin's flying. It's back above 41,000 after it held 40,300. Apple's still pushing. Microsoft's pushing. Amazon's pushing. Meta's getting a big green shoot to the upside. So this is probably going to push the SPY above all-time high, guys. I repeat. They're kind of blowing up this market on a Friday, pushing it up into new all-time highs. Qs are up 1.2%. NVIDIA's up 3.1%. Amazon's ripping now. Bitcoin's flying to the high side now. Apple's still surging. I just added a couple more contracts to Google at 145.80. Those puts, 145.80. I still have those 145 0 DT puts on Google. NVIDIA's starting to sell off now. SPY just made a new all-time high, so it's an official new all-time high on SPY. That is an official new all-time high on SPY. And now we're starting to see NVIDIA rolling over here at that new all-time high price. Microsoft's coming in. SPY is melting away here. So SPY did make a new all-time high, I repeat. It hit just above 480 and 2 cents on SPY. Alibaba is still trying to rip here. That one's pushing up. Imagine this market's reverse and give back most of these gains. How epic would that be if that double top resistance at all-time high SPY holds this market in check? How cool would that be? Dollar's starting to push back up. Look at Baba go, guys. Look at Baba go. What an epic, epic reversal on Baba. My members, we are long and strong on BABA. My members were able to add at 67.15 today. That was the signal I gave to my members to add to the position. Look at this epic reversal on BABA off of the support wedge pattern. This reversal shows that we may be able to move up to the high end of the range. Look at the SPY coming in hot, coming in hot. We are still riding our NVDA short, our AMD short, our QQQ short, our SMCI short. We have a Google put, Meta put, and a Microsoft short. So look at the sell side candle there. AMD is starting to fall from the highs here. NVIDIA seeing some pretty heavy downside candles as well. It's getting a little bit of a perk up right now. Microsoft, still an inflection point from Mr. Softy there. Microsoft is still at a little bit of an inflection point. Apple is coming in now. So Microsoft broke below, got above, got above. Now we're retesting it. So give this pattern the benefit of the doubt until Microsoft really establishes itself above. All right, I just added to my QQQ short at 417.87. That brings our average up to 417.30. No more ads on the Q short. No more ads. Still riding Google puts, Meta puts, Microsoft short, SMCI short, NVIDIA short, and an AMD short. We took profits on Tesla put. We took profits on BABA long. I'm riding a MARA call, $16 call, but Bitcoin's losing momentum right now. Dollar's trying to creep back up. All right, so Mara is starting to pick up steam here. It is trying to pick up steam.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
So we have those 0 DTE calls on Mara. 16 bucks is my target on Mara. 16 bucks. We'll see though if it starts to press into that area. SPY could retest back down here to the breakout level. So watch this trend line carefully. Still holding our NVDA short here at this 588.32 level.
I got the kid up. So I try to get whatever he's yapping.
Yeah, you heard my feelings yesterday. Call me Bryce. So
No,
I traded IWM. I got 100%.
Oh, I took
Oh,
I took a swinger though. A heavy swinger. Why I say heavy, a long swinger. I bought a little bit more today too.
I'll be honest with you, man. IWM contracts are probably my favorite BTC's contracts.
Oh, because they're not zero. Sometimes 0 days are a little wonky on us. When they go though, they go.
So really interesting to see how weak Tesla is when the market is putting in new highs, the S&P 500. So it just shows you how concentrated most of the money flow is in the market.
Coming soon. IWM 5% gain.
Oh. That's nice.
Damn, it's just 12:46. Yo, what happened to Tesla, man? What's up?
Tesla's broken.
I know. Hurt my feelings today.
Does look like Baba wants to put in a continuation pattern to the upside. Believe it or not, Baba could be putting in a weekly bottoming tail, which suggests it could move all the way back up to $70 today, which is another 70 cents higher from here. We took huge profits on that Baba trade. That was an excellent long trade. I mean, we entered with you guys all the way down at this previous area down here. We were watching this pattern. You got support here, you hit it again here. We entered right around the 67.40 area, and look at that. Boom. What an epic ride up on Alibaba. My members got the buy signal down here via our swing trade. So that's a nice move on Baba. Let's see if the Qs want to regain this channel. Let's see if the Qs regain this channel. Microsoft still fighting that little neckline pattern, you know. It's kind of concerning that the SPY put in new highs, but Microsoft's still seeing some potential distribution here.
Well, I would also like to point out that you said you're leaving and it came back clearly like a minute later.
Yeah, I figured I'll leave it after really okay. And I got excited that we hit some all-time high on the SPY.
Microsoft's coming down. I'm still writing Google puts, Meta puts, NVIDIA short. Look at NVIDIA breaking down off our level. Still holding NVIDIA shorts. Still holding AMD shorts. It's hard to sit through these shorts, but you just got to be patient, accumulate smartly, wisely. We're almost in the money on our AMD. We are in the money on our NVIDIA short here. We've played this a couple times now, so I still think that there's more downside in NVIDIA. NVIDIA's got really the same similar setup as the QQQ chart here. Tesla's still weak on the session. We're riding $16 Mara calls. Took profits on our BABA day trade. I still hold swing trades on Alibaba with my members.
Yes, ma'am.
So big wick back up. Big wick back up. Bitcoin's still trying to press. Tesla's still down 1.36%. Not a healthy sign for this stock. Mara potentially putting in a daily bottoming tail today. That looks promising to move higher.
Don't forget one thing, babe. Miss Cleo was in the background at some point today.
Oh yeah, she said sell every
She hasn't been wrong either.
No,
Well,
So we're writing a few contracts of Google 0DTE 145 puts. Writing 380 puts on Meta. Those may go against us as the markets are trying to push up here.
She's a friend that likes to play with cards and sometimes dabbles in stocks.
So the SPY has not closed above the all-time high yet. I repeat, it has not closed. It might be looking for a 1 minute close above this area. Did just pierce it off the wick and had an immediate rejection, but it is going for now a close above that area.
Jordy, how do you like the futures?
Bro, I'm having so much fun. I'm just
Dixie softening.
we're following an uptrend, so I just sniped every time we dip to this 21 EMA or the 9 EMA. It's just snipe.
When I bought,
What's that?
when I bought at 17.34
Microsoft's trying to break out here.
today, I bought like 30, and I've been trading around. Yeah, I bought her. I'm trading around.
Let's see how the rest of the sectors are doing with the SPY at new all-time highs. So believe it or not, you still have the transports negative, staples negative, utilities negative, and materials negative, and energy negative. Every other sector is positive today. All right, guys, so Mara's putting in a 5-minute bull flag pattern, which is breaking right now. So a nice little V-shaped recovery. There's a strong chance Mara could be putting in a daily bottoming tail today. Just erase some of these. Getting support off of that EMA 113. Is looking strong for a continuation reversal pattern higher. Markets appear to be in a little bit of a melt-up zone. SPY is going for a 1 minute close above that all-time high. We will see if it does it. It'll be the first close above the all-time high. There we go. It's looking to do it. Tesla's still coming in though. Tesla's coming in. NVIDIA's seeing some sellers. So mainly Google, Microsoft, Amazon are pushing up. Meta's pushing up. Will we get the first 1 minute close above the all-time high? We'll know in 29 seconds. A little bit of a wick forming, guys. A little bit of a wick forming.
Yeah, and I've been like, if I catch the moves I have with options on fucking futures, oh my gosh,
That's the beauty of futures, it's no theta.
that's the thing. Yeah, and I can scalp one thing from a 5 minute candle. You know what I mean? I never do that on options. It doesn't work as well. Obviously, because implied color.
SPY did get a 1 minute close above the all-time high.
Why I stick to options a lot more than futures is because I'm addicted to seeing high percentages.
I feel you.
It's just like satisfying.
Yeah.
Tesla still has not firmed up despite the market ripping. So something is wrong underlying Tesla stock. Maybe it's just waiting for an earnings pop. But no buyers are coming into Tesla despite the market soaring and roaring.
It's fun though.
Bitcoin looks like it wants to go positive. Thanks there, Nareesh. Congrats on Baba. Great job if you took it. UPST starting to come back up. Let's take a quick peek. Alright guys, I just added to my Microsoft short at 396.11. 396.11. 396.11. 395.45. We're back above that neckline. The SPY is still holding above that all-time high. I am seeing NVIDIA, AMD starting to come down. We're still obviously short AMD. AMD has broken down. I'll just be right back. Just give me 1 second. All right, so we're seeing the indices pull back here. NVIDIA having a little bit of a technical breakdown here. AMD also having a little bit of a minor technical breakdown. These are all 1 minute chart patterns, so just take them with a grain of salt, but they are breakdowns nonetheless. Microsoft still really hovering at that resistance point. This is creating an upsloping wedge pattern, which are notoriously bearish and typically fail. S&P did get the couple minute closes above that all-time high price, and now it's starting to come in. So I'm still holding short AMD, Google puts, short on NVIDIA, short on the Qs. What else are we having here? Let me just scroll through. We have Mara calls, SMCI short. So we're in the money on our NVIDIA. We're in the money on our AMD, which is coming in nicely. I'm going to add to my SOXS long here, guys. XOSS long. This is a day trade ad, 517. I just got filled at 517. So that brings the average down now to 524. So our average is sitting at 524 on the semi front. All right, so AMD is now coming lower, guys. So is NVIDIA. Mara is still trying to push up. Our calls are up nicely, but we want to see if we can get $16 in the money. I'm still writing a few lots of Google puts, 0DTE 145 puts. We added up at the 145.80 level. Look at what's happening here, guys. So Google coming back down to this previous neckline where it had a little fake out. Market makers ripped it back up. Microsoft's coming in a little bit harder as well. Let's flip back to some of these semiconductors. NVIDIA is getting a bounce. So is AMD. So is the S&P. So big bounce coming. No 10-minute topping tails as of yet. Let's just check the 5-minute chart out. So you do have a 5-minute reversal there on heavy volume at that previous high. So we haven't really been able to confirm above that. So this 5-minute candle is a big, big level. Just going to flip back to the 1-minute chart. Dixie is trying to put in a higher low. Potential reversal in the Dixie. Amazon's still surging. All right, let's see if this wave of selling completes. Let's take a look at NVIDIA's chart here. Again, NVIDIA has this very sloppy head and shoulders, but these have been getting negated all session. All session long, they've been getting negated. I still think BABA can move to $70. It's putting in bullish consolidation. Mara is starting to just creep up and up and up and up.
You guys there?
No.
Sorry, I was fixing something like that.
SPY's pushing right back up.
But we're good.
Yeah, I should have re-entered. I didn't get the long.
Look at this Mara, guys. So Mara's $16 calls. We lost earlier in the position. Now we're back in it nicely. We're halfway to the $16 mark. We took those 0DT calls right around this $15 level. You know, this could check back. This would be very healthy if it checked back to form a right shoulder, and then you would have a neckline going across like this. So, You know, if this stage has a parabolic rise, it's not a healthy, sustainable move. But if you check back, you know, kind of in line with this support zone here.
Yeah, I was from the long side all day. That little short I took, I got stopped out.
Let's see if we check back and form a right shoulder.
Short side quick. Like, as soon as I'm in profit, if I get stopped, I get stopped. But I'm long 4 MNQ looking for
SPY right back up, eh? The resiliency is being observed. Pure resiliency in this market.
You know, not gonna short. There's no short signal here yet. Anywhere.
Still seeing some distribution in the semis at this area, despite the Qs making a new high. SPY making a new high. Tesla's now starting to form up. All right, guys, I'm going to take 212 0 DTE calls on Tesla. 212 0 DTE calls on Tesla. High risk, size for loss, but 212 0 DTE calls on Tesla. 212 0 DTEs. We're breaking this inverse head and shoulders. We are breaking this inverse head and shoulders. So we took 212 calls on Tesla.
Okay, Telegram, look at the gamma chart. What does it tell you?
New on the top, 330. 480.31. Use SPX all-time high, 418.70.
Go to the option contract chart. Look at the orders flowing in on the specific contract that you want.
Whoa, big surge on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is absolutely ripping here. Still holding my Microsoft. Microsoft's fascinating. Microsoft's still in this area. Huge volume coming in on NVIDIA, guys. Huge volume on NVIDIA. Tesla again, confirming that 10-minute break of the inverse head and shoulders. This one looks spicier. But the highs, look at the divergence, guys. Look at the divergence on SPYs. Higher highs on the price action. Lower highs. RSI, that's a negative divergence, guys. That's a negative divergence. Just be cautious.
Yo. Yeah.
So the kid took forever. Just now I'm starving. The market's freaking running. And I'm like, what the hell do we have to eat here? All I can find are these crispy potato corn dogs. Do you know what the fuck this is? Like, what the fuck? It's a goddamn Korean potato corn dog. It's It's like hash brown.
About to make another new all-time high. Let's see.
SPY just made another new high, another new all-time high.
God damn it.
UConn, new high. Done. 100 points.
Boom. New all-time high. 481.
SPY is just continuing to break here, guys. SPY is just continuing to break here. Big rally coming in the S&P. Now, one thing we have to be cautious of is this is getting very extended bearish divergences. You are breaking out. You know, this is a rising wedge pattern. Typically, they are bearish and they break down. This is a higher probability of breaking down. You're getting a big, big rising wedge pattern on the S&P. Very large. You know, maybe there's a trend line going all the way back to here. You can see that maybe that's where we want to hit, is this 480 area.
What's up, ladies?
All right, I just added to my NVDA at 589.80. 589.80.
I prayed to every God today. I prayed to God, Jesus, Jewish God. I even prayed to Tom Cruise. I started praying to Tom Cruise.
NVIDIA, our 580 calls are up over 1,000%. Please take your second trim.
Dude, and SPY. 458. New all-time high.
Yeah.
My average on NVIDIA is now 589.04.
Great, man. Bottom tick SPY. I'm in Adobe long right now, sitting pretty good. Jordan, I've just been practicing.
Mara is continuing to soar and roar.
But it's all good. I know I'm pussy. But
Don't worry, I did like 4 trades.
I'm changing my name. I'm changing my name from Juan Pablo Salcedo to Juan Pablo.
SPY has had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours of consecutive upside. 8 hours of consecutive upside.
I had the bottom of ES, and then I got a little bit nervous, and I'm like, are we gonna recover all of this? So I took my profit.
Took the profit and watched the run.
No, even better. No, because why would the Latino from Miami that lives in Palm Beach stick to his sentiment, right? Why would I do that? I went short. Oh shit. And then I started, then this thing, you know, if anybody old enough to remember like these terms, back in the day, when you traded on the floor, they said the market's gonna puke, and I'm like talking to a buddy of mine, he's like, this thing is gonna puke, it's gonna puke.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, it doesn't puke.
AVGO, our 1195 call swing is up 785%.
Let's go, Mikey. Nice job, Mikey. Yeah, so it didn't puke, and then it just did whatever it wanted to, and then I just, you know what?
and now we're sitting at all-time highs.
Yeah, I'm just walking away, and I'm just gonna go complain at every single white woman at the mall.
New all-time high. 480.66.
SPY is still surging here, guys. SPY is still surging.
So yeah, I'm just saying today I wouldn't say it was a bad day, but it definitely wasn't. I should have been better prepared.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, the best traders ever, as AHA likes to say.
Yeah, you know, I'm one of those. It's hard for me to reverse, man. I got to get better at that after all these years.
Why? Gamify, right to the next level.
SPY, new all-time high. 480.74. New all-time high. 448.22 Oh, 48.23.
So stocks across the board are squeezing. Squeezing.
This is incredible, actually. I'm not surprised. It's incredible to see this happen.
Yeah.
We got 3 wars going on. Reverse repo is under 700 billion. A bunch of people are getting laid off, and we don't care.
Yo, inflation, bro. Stocks cost more to have the same value.
Let's go CBA.
I'm gonna use that line tonight. If I meet a sexy senorita here, I'm gonna say, you know what? Stocks cost more, dude.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's factored in, but it's not 100% like that.
it looks like 191 there is about to hit on Apple. It's very close. Nice target there, Naresh. Naresh Gupta, nice target there on Apple.
Okay, SPY is now at that second gamma level.
At 480.89.
Yeah, pretty much.
So our average on NVIDIA is sitting at 589.04. We just went in the money on that short. Here we go. SPY's coming in pretty sharply, guys. SPY is coming in pretty sharply.
We're also right at, we just whipped right above an ATR, which is sometimes where I like to see.
Big drop on NVIDIA.
Above it and then start a little top wicking. But on a day like today, and it being optics, I'm done. 21% on the small account challenge. We goody.
Hey, not Josh, is that one of your best days?
Paper, I'm with you.
Of this challenge, yes, it sure is.
Nice.
Thank you. I have pinned it to the top if you guys want to go feed my ego and tell me how great I am and that you love me and retweet it, tell your friends.
Send me your address. I'll send you an autograph nude.
Perfect. I want it on a Polaroid though.
Oh, no. Of course. Because in the little white part, I'm going to put the XOXO with the little hearts. You know what I'm talking about?
Perfect.
Paper, we're in Tesla.
Oh, yeah. Tesla 21250s. Currently sitting at $20. FAFO. Friday.
I'm playing with profits.
Friday FAFO.
Yep, Friday FAFO.
Friday FAFO. That's it.
Adobe new high.
There you go, Mikey. I don't even want to know how much Mikey's up today. I kind of do, but I don't.
All right, so NVIDIA is still breaking lower here, guys. NVIDIA is seeing some sell side pressure.
Is it because of these AMD 170s that you're eyeing right now?
Well, I mean, he had the SMCI calls.
I know, but it's like the
SPY Qs are still holding firm. Dollar's weak on the session. Dollar's now down.
Go.
Let's see if the dollar's going to hit some support. Hourly chart support is at 103.24. Really, that's the only support I see on the session.
Side by side, naked.
Oh, nice.
Yo, sharp.
Mara is just surging money here.
Dude,
So Mara, it's probably wise to take some profits soon. You know, we have these 0DTE $16 calls. Come on, baby. Let's see if we can get them in.
That's how they get you. That's how they get you.
Mara's squeezing, guys. Mara's squeezing. I'm going to short on SPY. I just cannot leave it. I just cannot leave it. Yeah, short on SPY is probably risk to reward is very, very lucrative here. I'm still holding many shorts in the market. Puts, shorts, Qs. So, I mean, the risk to reward certainly can work out. But, I mean, markets right now are in a squeeze. They're in an uptrend on the day. They're in a squeeze. They're overbought. Bearish divergences are occurring. You have oil starting to round up now. But typically when markets hit all-time highs, you have retail piling in. Retail often piles in. And you are putting in this wedge pattern. But these markets are just in absolute squeeze mode. SPY is the hot topic because it finally breached that all-time high. NVIDIA ripping again, AMD ripping, Mara ripping.
I said, fuck your puss. I'm next. What? We don't mind the floor. I'll fuck us. But let's say if you want to five fucking high for 897. You got another penny.
Okay. AMD, new high are 167.50 calls. Please take your first fucking trade, motherfuckers. Oh, yeah.
This is a short zone on the SPY. Stocks are super extended here. Super extended. I'm actually going to look to close my Mara calls here. I'm not going to wait till they get in the money. I'm just going to take my profits here on Mara just because it's super extended. But I just closed those $16 puts. They almost went in the money, but I'm just closing them right here. They could squeeze a little bit higher, but I just want to take some profits on the long side because we are getting super extended here on all time frames. All time frames.
41, new all-time high.
Oh my god.
See if we can break.
Still holding a Microsoft short out of the money. Google puts. Still holding a Tesla call, 212 0DT call. That one, we're up slightly. Just took profits on Mara. Still holding an AMD short, NVIDIA short, QQQ short. That's gone against me, the Q short. That's okay, I mean. We haven't had a pullback in 8 hours now in the market. At some point in time, there will be.
With their earnings next week, are they really going to let that happen? I don't know. Interesting.
Look for oil stocks. Oil's starting to firm up again. You know, the likes of Rig is starting to move up off of the lows here. Likes of XOM. Let's take a peek at that. That one's trying to break out. You know, you potentially have a little inverse head and shoulders breakout on XOM. Actually, you know what? I do like this pattern. You have your left shoulder, your head, your right shoulder. I'll just draw that in. So that's a nice clean break on XOM. High risk trade setup, guys. I'm going to take $97 0 DTE calls, $97 0 DTE calls on XOM. All right, $97 0 DTE calls on XOM. Let's play ball. SPY is coming down though.
Yo, what's up, Go?
Apple hitting 191. Congrats there, Nareesh, on your nice target. Way to go on your nice target there, Nareesh. That's brilliant.
My god, our new high.
Is it? Let me type.
Don't be surprised if we see a big candle down at some point in time today. We could see some profit taking at some point in time. SPY still could push all the way up to 481.40. I have a pretty big size resistance level at 481.40. Apple's still curling up. Bitcoin's still pushing.
My God, are 115. Over 400%? Bro, well, I'm proud of you, bro. Yeah, you're up more than me. Oh my God.
All right, so our Tesla calls are starting to push up some more. Bitcoin's pushing up some more. Bitcoin actually just flipped green on the session. Red to green reversal on Bitcoin is bullish.
We blow up, man. We need this thing to just rip all the way from here. Shorts, boom. Shorts are squeezing right now.
I went with the back on Netflix. Okay. Fuck. Wish me luck. I'm out goddamn death line. Look at this IWF.
Russell 2000 just turned, is now up 0.46%, getting above 191.50.
Gamma fucking 5. Oh my God. I don't even know what to fucking do. Jesus Christ.
Move your stuff.
Yeah, Vika. Yeah, Vika. Wow. CPNA fit their new high up day.
UPST taking off. Yeah, in this squeeze market, now that you have the Russell positive, these names are about to probably squeeze. Even CVNA, even FSR. Probably that one's still weak.
Today is a big account's fucking dream.
I know, and I'm only trading small accounts. I'm a silly little goose.
Remember the gamma chart I shared with you guys? Use it.
NVIDIA new highs, pushing up the whole semiconductor complex. SPY is continuing to grind. Nine hours of consecutive upside on the SPY with no pullback. I repeat, 9 hours of consecutive upside. Those Maris $16 calls are about to go in the money, but we did trim them.
Got the thing.
Microsoft new all-time high. Meta's starting to pull back a little bit here. Apple's still holding firm. Tesla's seeing some sellers. SMCI pushing up. XOM is really trying to test the breakout of that inverse head and shoulders. Again, we took those long calls. We took calls down here at 96.70. We got the clean breakout. Looking for a move higher here on XOM. Those merit calls, if you're still holding, congrats, because they were absolutely ripping.
I cut the rest of my Adobe right here, right under break even. I'll make sure to keep an eye on it. Jordy, what's up, baby? RTY. Oh shit. Hello.
Watch AVGO 1220s. SMCI is fucking hard. My God, 75,000%. Let's go!
So markets are just in squeeze mode. Absolute free rally here. Dollar's trying to curl up just a little bit here. Our Tesla's about a buck away from being in the money on our Tesla calls. Microsoft's still ripping. AMD, AVGO still ripping. So markets are just going parabolic here. No selling in sight at this point in time. Let's do a quick volume check since it's 136. We're trading 54 million shares. It is OPEX today, so that's fairly light right now. That's fairly light in terms of volume profiles. Mara, the $16 calls went in the money. Mara looks like it's doing a bullish reversal. Nice daily bottoming tail on Mara, M-A-R-A. Look at that epic reversal on Mara, guys. What an epic reversal. So again, we took profits on our calls. We took profits on our $16 0 DTE calls. We entered them right down here off this consolidation. Boom, rode them all the way up to about this 1565. Baba's still holding firm. NVDA. SPY Qs, nope, not stopping. Blowing through resistance. All right, I just added to my NVIDIA short there, 591.58. 591.58. Brings the average up to 590.70. Microsoft still gunning though, still gunning higher.
Oh my God, this is awful, dude. They're running off my chart.
Off the charts.
Bitcoin's back above 41,000. Still holding 145 puts on Google, shorts on NVDA, shorts on AMD. We're out of the money on that. Calls on XOM.
AMD's he's gonna crack 170 right up on the 10 count. Give it a nice little 10 count. Fuck you, Netflix. I baffled. No. You're not doing that. Jordy, I was really close for my weekly trade to go and short the VIX.
AMD new high.
Yeah, AJ short VIX too.
Well, for like calling it on the weekly thing.
Oh, for the contest?
Yeah.
That would have been it. I'm doing stable.
Still playing new high.
Semis are just still squeezing higher. NVIDIA is taking a bit of a breather. Hey, Trashman, are you talking about a swing trade or a day trade? Because I have both on that ticker. Just if you're talking about the swing trade, just follow the positions, the alerts that I do. In terms of a day trade, I'm just still honestly, I'm probably going to hold that overnight if we don't get a turnaround. This type of market rally typically it isn't healthy and sustainable, but I am looking to add at around $5 to the day trade position. $5 to the day trade position if we get there. Right now the average is sitting at 523, so in terms of the day trade, but I don't have a stop loss on the day trade right now. Sorry, so this is sitting at 523. I'm tempted to add here because I am seeing NVIDIA weakening. But I'm just going to see, but I'm seeing AGO, the heaviest weighted semiconductor, still staying firm. So I'll add at 502, I'll add to the day trade. But I mean, this isn't a big distance, even though we're down slightly on the day trade. You know, markets really haven't pulled back at all. Markets have not pulled back at all. All right, so NVIDIA we're flat with that little pullback. I do not have a stop loss yet. You know, this market could keep squeezing, so it's obviously your risk sentiment, and I'm okay holding this day trade position overnight as well if it doesn't work out for us. You know, there's still a lot of time. It's only 2 o'clock. There's still 2 hours and 20 minutes left in this session to play out.
I think you just pick your spot and you ride it. Take your principal out and fucking just.
Apple's still holding firm, no selling in sight. Qs are still absolutely holding firm as well. The big component in the SOXS that we need to pull down is this AVGO. This is probably the most important ticker because it has the heaviest weighting. So, I mean, just look how parabolic this has gone, right? Bearish divergences on the RSI, intraday. You also have them on the daily chart. So, I mean, you know, it's not every day that these tickers are up 5%. Huge market caps. Lower high on the RSI, higher high price action. You know, you just got to be patient sometimes with these names. Things go a lot higher and a lot lower than we often think. That's why we use position management. You know, we don't put all of our eggs in the one basket. And if you are over levered, I mean, that's the key to understanding position management. You cannot be over levered in this market because this is what happens. I mean, people try to do grand slam hits and go all in, you know, 50% of their portfolio, 75% of their portfolio. And the market makers know that. They it's like the market senses liquidity and when people are over leveraged. It's a weird phenomenon. But get ready to add to the SOXS day trade. D-Dog to 131 today. Let's take a look at D-Dog. Your predictions have been pretty good today, Nareesh, so we thank you for your service. You said 131, eh? Let's mark that in on the charts. It's all the way up there. That's a high target there that you're expecting another 1.5% upside move, 1.4. Guys, look at NVIDIA selling here. NVIDIA is starting to sell off just a little bit more. So watch for more weakness in semis. You still have AVGO, AMD holding firm. So just like that, we're in the money nicely on our NVIDIA short. Semiconductors are still holding firm. So we'll see if this spills over into the market. No stopping in AVGO. AMD still holding strong.
NVDA, the 520s are killing it.
AVGO still pumping, so that's even heavier weighting than NVIDIA. AVGO still pumping here.
I had these 479s earlier at like $45, and I took a bunch down, and then I stopped.
Yeah, that's a reasonable level. And again, Trashman, just make sure you're using position management, right? You see how I enter the trades. You know, I mean, you can always go bigger, you can always go less, but that's up to you.
Those 520s are up over 100%. Or 520.
All right, so Apple's still surging here, 199, 191.43. NVIDIA is pulled in from the highs, but it's really not influencing the semis because AVGO is basically doing the counter trend move to what NVIDIA is doing, so it's insulating it. AMD running out of some near-term momentum here. SPY is starting to sell. Big candle up on NVIDIA. Bitcoin's ripping. SPY's up 1%. Q's up 1.6. Russell's up 1.25. Dollar slightly negative. Still not a broad market rally. You still have materials negative, utilities negative, but the rest and staples negative. So there's still some weakness in this market in other sectors, and it's just really technology communications doing the heavy lifting. You have technology up 1.94, that's XLK, and then XLC is up 1.12. Financials are actually doing really well as well. Tesla's trying to flip to the green side, still down 0.5%. Nat gas still down 7% on the session. Wow. Nat gas is incredible. AVGO, still no selling in sight. Still no selling in sight on AVGO. So the semis are still holding firm here. Let's see how the S&P is doing here. Look at this move. You're just riding the short-term 3 moving average on the 1-minute chart. It's incredible. It's incredible. Like, look at this parabolic market. Really, it's been nonstop since this 472 level. Very, very overbought on the 10-minute RSI. AMD, Tesla starting to fall a little bit. Meta seeing a reversal. Amazon still strong. Apple, Microsoft potentially seeing some sellers step in now. SPY still holding firm. SPY is still holding firm. Upstart boom, baby, 11% today. Nice job there. Nice job. You did call that out. Naresh Gupta. Trade of the day. UPST 11% move. Boom, boom, boom. Nice job, Naresh. You called that from the morning. And you caught that whole move. I mean, we got that neckline. I didn't even see the neckline break here. But that was the entry. And you got the huge. I think you entered way lower. You called that. So that was a nice call, Naresh. Nice call. All right, guys. So back to some of the semis. We are now seeing AVGO put in this reversal candle. NVIDIA is coming down. So I'm going to add to my SOXS here at 507. 507 I just added to the SOXS. I just added to the SOXS at 507. $507. So basically that brings our average now down to 515. 515. So back to NVIDIA, because that's a big fall in NVIDIA, guys. Take a look at this. Take a look at this fall here. That should help the Qs fall. So we're nicely in the money. It should reflect into AVGO, AMD, the rest of the semi space. Heavy volume coming in the SOX ETF. Big dump on NVIDIA coming in, guys. Big dump. Potential hourly topping tail forming on NVIDIA. Potential hourly topping tail on NVIDIA. We'll see if it amounts to anything. Mara flipped positive, so bullish reversal in Mara. All right, guys, I'm not liking the market structure right now because we are seeing semi starting to weaken here. I'm going to close my Tesla calls. I don't think we're going to hit to 212. I'm just going to close them here for a small gain. Nothing really crazy. It's some lunch money, but I'm just going to close them here, those Tesla calls, because I am seeing, NVIDIA breaking down. AVGO is finally putting in a little bit of a bearish engulfing candle on the 2-minute chart. So we may have just hit the highs in the market session today. We may have just hit the highs. So now the risk to reward certainly favors the short side. I think a lot of people who were short covered. You're welcome, Naresh. Everyone should be thanking Naresh. I kept on calling out your plays. I didn't take some of them. I was a little skeptical because of the Russell being weak, but boy, were you right. Wow. What a crazy world we live in. All right, we're still riding NVIDIA short. We're still riding an AMD short. I still have Google puts, Microsoft short, QQQ short. We're out of the money. Closed BABA for long. Closed Mara. Closed Tesla. Come on, AVGO, give it up. You are the heaviest component in the semis, and you need to see some more weakness. Come on, NVIDIA. NVIDIA should revert back to this channel that we've been chopping in for quite a long time.
I'm gonna be really nasty green if Tesla goes crazy. Oh, dude, I'm in Tesla calls, by the way. I've been in Tesla. Yeah, I'm in the 0 days.
So I could see a retrace on NVIDIA all the way back to 584 on the session. That would not be what most people are expecting with this all-time high push. Bitcoin challenging 42,000. Look at the reversal in Bitcoin. Huge reversal in Bitcoin. V-shaped recovery, daily bottoming tail. Technical breakdown has been negated. What a rip. Look at that. Back in the bullish wedge pattern. Coin is still down 2.2%. So that's a little bit of an arbitrage opportunity potential. Coin lagging the crypto space. Let's see if we can hop on some calls here because coin is consolidating. I'm going to take... Guys, I'm going to take 123 0DT calls on coin, 123 0 DTE calls on coin. Come on, baby, let's play. We do have that similar setup to Mara. An inverse head and shoulders is breaking here. Inverse head and shoulders is breaking. Look, we're already up. Those calls are nicely. I do have an upside target based off of this intraday pattern of roughly 126.20. So we're riding XOM calls, coin calls. Pushing right back up, guys. SPY is pushing right back up. RSI is starting to curl down, so just be careful of that. Be cautious. So we're back in the wedge pattern. SMCI is falling. Oil's falling now.
A day like this, you have to stop looking at 3-minute, 5-minute candles and look at 15-minute candles, 30-minute candles, hourly candles.
Fuck that. All of this was done for you on the 1-minute chart. How the hell are you doing?
Bro, I don't know how you stick with that 1 minute. I gotta figure that out.
Come on, Frankie.
I haven't gotten any signals except stay long on the 15, 30. And you know, you can grab some scalps here and there. This is something new.
They're fucking saying I didn't send this IWM in the bot. I swear to God, I sent this goddamn IWM call yesterday. Where did I send it? Do you see it, Bishop?
I remember.
What the fuck?
I saw my Tesla calls from yesterday as well. They're up since 263%.
I know.
SPY right back up to the high side. SPY right back up to the high side.
It's okay. Maybe distracted you.
Big divergence occurring. Coin is trying to break out of that inverse head and shoulders. Bitcoin's challenging 42,000. What a ripper on Bitcoin. What a ripper. Mara's up now 0.87%. Baba's trying to push back up. QQQ new highs. NVIDIA's getting a rip. Oil's breaking down, so that's going to be another headwind or tailwind for the market. Oil breaking down is typically positive for the market. Baidu 104 next. Uber plenty of legs right now. Yeah, there's a lot of things running right now. Everything's pretty much running. This is a broad market rally. This is a broad market rally. So now you look for SPY putting in new highs, QQQ putting in new highs. You look for the stocks that aren't putting in new highs with the indices. So NVIDIA, no new high. AMD, no new high. Tesla, no new high. Microsoft, no new high. Google, trying. Meta's falling sharply here.
For everyone who's asking me, messaging me, like, who's the person talking about all these bangers, this is Stockwitz. Everyone calls me Mikey. Should call me Stockwitz, but anyway.
It's not Mikey, though, technically, right?
No, it's Michael Che.
Che.
Like the guy from Saturday Night Live, Michael Che.
So NVIDIA's still trying to see some sell side pressure now, which is to be expected. I mean, now you have another head and shoulders to contend with, but these have been being negated all session.
I tried to buy IWM calls yesterday.
Oh, Frankie, you can close.
No, I didn't buy it because I got rejected because I sent them a wire and I switched and fingers twin and it's all screwed up now. I won't be live till Monday. Yeah.
Wow.
I thought I owned them. I just fucking hit boom. I looked at the end of the day. I'm like,
I mean, you don't have to close them anyways. I mean, you just trail them out here.
yeah. Monday's
It's a
another
firm of 80%. Or sorry.
Bitcoin's still seeing some sellers at that 42,000 level. SPY is still pushing up though here, guys. So no selling in sight for the indices. We're still pushing super extended from the EMA 113. I would not be shocked if we see a flush down to the EMA 113 at some point today. That may seem like a big flush, but don't be surprised.
Contract with 50 points to go, and I made 100. Unbelievable. Steady grind up. These are one of those days you just cannot short these markets until you get them.
VGO? I think he was going to say VGO. Jesus Christ. IGPD. Why do all these crowds? Look at this fucking
Ticker AI. 2450 call.
Oh my God. Fire of the day.
Guess who's there? Scotia.
All right, so more weakness creeping into NVIDIA and AMD. Still strength in semis across the board. Probably the best performing sector still. Tesla's moving up, Amazon's moving up, so the consumer discretionaries are seeing a nice bid.
Let's go there. Are you not entertained?
Can even draw the head and shoulders like this.
AI up 55%.
Microsoft saw a pretty big candle there. Microsoft. So watch out for continuation in Microsoft. It did see a pretty big candle down there.
I did those 60250 calls on purpose.
What's interesting is Microsoft's still just been hovering in this range. If you draw this neckline, it just shows you how Bitcoin's seeing some sellers now. Microsoft's still coming in. SPY's still holding firm though.
Got it. CBNA, Affirm, our 4150s are in the money.
Love going green. Yeah. Reese, you've made some pretty fire calls. A lot of stocks are just squeezing here. So the high short interest names are seeing some upside.
Jordan, please tell me you still have Adobe. Oh my God. What I tell you, if it breaks forward. I know. Oh my God.
I know. I fucked up. I feel that one. I fucked up. I still took some great games, but I fucked up.
Mikey? Mikey at AMDZ? There she goes.
So AMD is trying to press higher. Tesla's pushing higher. Apple's at 191.55. Meta's pulled in from the highs. Amazon's still pushing higher.
I'm gonna have nightmares about this too.
You have no idea how difficult it is being in all these positions, managing my group, finding these places. Jesus Christ.
I don't know how to do it. You are awesome.
Oh my god, this is incredible. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna go to bed tonight.
Mikey, as soon as I sold Adobe, that was the turning point, bro. That was the pivot.
SPY still gunning for another new high here. Another new high SPY is gunning for.
I know next time if we're holding that damn 21 EMA. Hold it. Especially on the lotto. We're about to go through 17,400. Oh my god. Oh, Sharky.
Let's go CVA. Squeeze 45. It gets these 45s in the money. My god, I can't believe I took those.
I ain't scared paper. Hey! I ain't scared.
CCJ, up 202%. Okay, we are approaching R3 on NVGO. We rejected it in the first line perfectly.
All right, guys, so
R3.
that SOXS is coming to that $5 mark.
Actually reject, but if we break this, Fred, you have no idea. Oh my god.
Well, Tesla, I'm sad I didn't hold Adobe, so Tesla needs to absolutely rock it for me.
It will.
Bro, I got you.
We're up 30%. Come on, I need a hundo.
Dude, I'm sure you calls us next week.
Motherfucker. Turkey! Fuck OPEX, baby. We
I tried. People ask me, what about OPEX? I did fucking OPEX. Do not fuck OPEX. It's a shit OPEX. It's a bunch of shenanigans OPEX. How about
Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 10-minute green candles in a row on the SPY. It's even more so extended on the hourly chart.
Dude, I'm soon my Tesla 225 calls for next week.
I'm like, you know how close I am. So close. I don't send swings until the actual close, though.
Oh, yeah. Me too.
Apple still resiliency holding up here. Apple looks like it wants gap fill. That would be incredible. If Apple goes for gap fill today, that would be just absolutely mind-blowing. AMD new high.
Let's go 5. Get him a squeeze, baby.
Hey, Mikey, I may have not hung on to that, but my boy Carlos in the stream, he hung on to the 60250s and he's banking.
Well done, Carlos.
Oh, glad somebody did it, because that's been a hobby on this weekend, bro.
AVGO is pushing up. So the $5 mark is coming here on SOXS.
75%. Just done a good scalp so far.
It will be the final entry on SOXS at the $5 mark.
CVA, finally fucking green up 20%. Look at ADG, look at Adobe, baby. Guys, look at fucking Adobe. Fucking kid.
We set new highs like 17 times.
All right, guys, we just tapped $5 there. I just added to the final entry on the semis. That brings our average down to 510. 510.
Oh my god, my Netflix backlog.
ADG, look at mine. I took 605s in Adobe. What? 120 seconds ago, 510%. Let's go.
Oh my god. I really missed out. I bought those Adobes for 55 cents. They are at fucking $7 right now. Oh.
Hey, Tesla backlog's coming up on a double.
Alright, Tesla better make you feel better.
Watch, Tesla's gonna reach
I'm broken
212.59.
right now. As good as I am.
Markets are still trending and pushing here, guys. Markets are still trending and pushing.
Firm 160%. CVNA, I'm up Shit. AI, 55% on those 2450s are in the money.
Netflix got about 75%. It's moving. Okay. We alive.
Yo, watch Tesla reach 212.49.
We got 212. I got 212.
Yeah, I called out 21250s on Tesla.
I got them for
Still no sellers inside in the indices. Still no sellers in sight.
Let's go, Adobe. Gamma squeeze at 212.17. Vamos. Okay, guys. Here's what we're gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do.
got fucking suspense. My views suck.
Hold on. I wanna make sure I get the right reaction.
It's $1 away, paper.
Money.
Yeah, I think it's good. I guess. Okay, so affirm up 203%. Okay, so ticker MTB 40250 call.
So Tesla's trying to flip green. It's almost green on the session. New high on the SPY continuing. Our XOM calls are about 25 cents away from being in the money.
Ticker AI up 95%. Okay, so the first point of attack for affirm 4201 is R1. Resistance level 1. If you fall through it, next major resistance is 4380.
So this is looking like a nice little flag pattern on XOM. Looking like a nice little potential bullish constructive flag pattern.
Telegram, and remember the gamma levels. On SPY, she's gamma squeezing. Anybody tells you that SPY did anything different today, doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Fucking go, Mikey.
Okay, she's approaching. MDB is approaching the high of day. Affirm 242%.
So SPY's on its 9th hour of consecutive upside. No pullbacks in sight. Bitcoin's recaptured the 41,000 level. Microsoft's trading at a new all-time high, 397. Tesla's trying to go from red to green. You have energy stocks under a little bit of pressure today, but XOM's trying to move up off of the lows. Semiconductors are still the strong sector of the market. Coin is trying to push up as well. Coin is breaking out. Remember, we took those Coin 0DT calls. We took 123 calls. Let's see if Coin can get in. It has triggered a inverse head and shoulders pattern here on Coin.
Remember my plan for QCOM.
92. Microsoft's still pushing. Wow, look how parabolic we're going intraday. This is incredible price action to witness. Massive extension move. At some point we should. I'll be surprised if they just keep running this into the end of the day. At some point we should see a pullback. We haven't had one in 9 hours.
30 minute, 10 green candles in a row.
On the 30-minute chart, we've had 10 green candles in a row. It's even more miraculous than the hourly chart.
That's okay though.
Yeah. What do you want?
We're overbought on every single time frame and metric here.
Yeah, no,
I repeat.
I was a little late on it. And then if I didn't wait for the dip, if I just waited for the dip, I would have probably had okay. Oh good.
First little sell side candle, but it's really nothing in the grand scheme of things. You know, it mainly came from NVDA, that little down move. Still on watch for potential head and shoulders on NVIDIA, but the market's still so resilient that it's going to have to take a market pullback for this to play out. Apple seeing its first little sell side pressure in the last 80 minutes. Right now we have, just to summarize things, the Russell's up 0.84%. SPY's up 1.18. Qs are up 1.85%. Apple's up 1.62. NVIDIA's at 590, up 3.38%. Microsoft's up 0.8%. Tesla's still negative, down by 0.2, but it has regained most of the losses that it was experiencing today.
80%.
Sassy baby. Come on, that's 400 smackaroos. Come on.
All right, so we're seeing a little bit of heaviness into the market creeping in.
Somebody said Mikey's gonna be done for the year at this rate. You're not wrong.
My God, this is the best drug in the world. I know fucking why.
All right, so we have XOM trying to break out here despite the market pulling in here. So let's see if these $97 calls can get in the money. AVGO still trying to trend higher here, so that semis aren't going to pull back unless AVGO pulls back. AVGO is up now 5.89%.
I really hope everyone's doing well.
I'm doing amazing today. I'm just excited about this whole that, but I'm still up. So like, it's a ridiculous.
You're a double.
Oh, I'm about to be a double.
You're a double.
Almost 90%. 90.
Come on, Tesla, get my 212s in the money.
1250. 1250.
It should be easy now.
AVGO still pressing higher here, insulating the semis from any sort of pullback. AVGO is still pressing higher.
Why is this happening? We're the best traders in the world.
Those 212 Tesla calls just went in the money momentarily. Tesla did flip green momentarily there. Tesla did flip green. Heavy volume coming in at AVGO at these highs.
You know, honestly, CDNA, my 45s that I took are 520%. Don't forget our small swing for February.
All right, guys, XOM is breaking out here. XOM, those 97 calls are looking more and more likely.
ABGO new high.
He's good at like planting today long so when they're there. Like he's good at I feel like flipping his buys when it's needed, you know. But yeah, I hope he's doing something. I know
SPY's coming in harder now, guys.
Tesla, you're not done, girl. You're not done yet, girl. Sorry. You got more work to put in. You're not done for the day. Sorry to tell you, but
All right, so first little pullback coming in the SPY. So let's see how our SOXS performs. You know, we should see this start to peak up as long as AVGO starts giving it up. NVIDIA is starting to potentially trigger this head and shoulders. It's getting very, very close to doing so. So I'm watching that closely.
Chuck, you got anything?
We're still short at this 590 level on NVIDIA. I do think it has more downside. Semis are catching a little bit of a bid now. Tesla's pulling in from the highs.
Yeah, I'm waiting for fire
AVGO is finally pulling in from the highs, still above 1200. Our coin, I'm still writing coin calls. We're about 60 cents away from being in the money. Still writing XOM calls.
I'm not doing anything yet.
No worries, John C. You're welcome there.
Right there.
All right, so AVGO is falling a little bit more now. That's going to help hurt the semiconductor complex. If we get this bearish trigger on NVIDIA, you know, the one thing I've observed is the SPY and Qs are putting in new highs, but NVIDIA was not. So it's a little bit relative weakness. All right, coins moving up, guys. So those coin calls are about to be in the money very soon. So as soon as they're in the money, because we are seeing some weakness creep into the money, I'm going to look to take profits. Come on, coin, get your butt up there, get your butt up there.
I thought it did great when I did 100 points on contracts.
All right, guys, if coin loses this gap up bar, this little 122.15 pivot, I'm going to cover. Or sorry, I'm going to exit. But right now it's looking strong. We are still trending. NVIDIA right back up.
I officially bought more Tesla shares.
Coin's still pushing, guys. Coin is still pushing. Every little dip is being bought up. All right, those coin calls are about to go in the money, guys.
10 shares.
All right, guys, coin calls just went in the money. I'm securing profits here. I just secured profits there at 123.02. I took profits on those 0 DTEs. So congrats if you took that with us. I'm still writing XOM calls now. I did close that full position on coin. I'm still writing XOM calls and then our other shorts. So after that tiny pullback in the indices, you're now getting bought right back up. But this might be our first lower high in quite a long time.
Oh shit, did I sell you on that? That was, I didn't mean to sell you on that.
No, I was. Short 4 at 20. So
Ranky short.
That's all short. Short 4 contract.
Fucker short. Ranky short. God damn it.
Starter.
Yeah, you got that. I had.
Big stick down on Tesla.
No, it's not.
Chucky's long.
Darky is short. Frankie is short.
Dangerous long.
I'm scalping.
Okay, CBNA, we reached R3. If we can break over R3 on CBNA, we could see 47.20.
Swing the call overnight. I mean, to be fair, I also said Netflix called it, right? So they kind of.
So we have Amazon pulling in from the highs now. Apple did put in a 10-minute little hammer candle. Didn't engulf anything, so price action still technically okay. Qs are seeing a little bit of resistance here, but things are still technically okay. Semis are still strong. Dollar's still down slightly.
That's how quick he gets whipped through this.
I think you got to at least flag out here before you make another fire. Did everything.
So AVGO still the leading semiconductor. SPY is gunning for new highs. SPY is gunning for new highs. So NVIDIA is still lagging here. You have the Qs and the SPY pushing for new highs, but SPY is just still lagging. Sorry, I mean NVIDIA is lagging. Take a look at the SPY, right back up, new high.
S&P 500 of 16.50, another all-time high.
Yeah, but if you look at that data,
I guess this is the liquidity that we're observing in the banks accessing and tapping the discount window. We're seeing it flow right directly into equities, creating a little bit of a blow off top here to speak. You know, and the SPY just blew out that all-time high out of the woodwork. You know, look at this move. Does this look sustainable to me? Not in my opinion. All right, so big candle down in the SPY there. Off of that reversal again, NVIDIA has not been putting in new highs yet. That was a big, big rejection there. That was a decent sized candle down in the SPY, so that was across the board. A big, big bearish engulfing candle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost 7 minutes of price action was engulfed there. And you can see it's right at that trend line, that upsloping wedge pattern. So again, EMA 113 should be tested. NVIDIA is actually triggering a potential head and shoulders here. So we're still riding that short. We're still riding ISOX long. Still riding an AMD short. Still have a Google put option. I'm going to take a high risk 210 put. Tesla 0 DTE 210 put. 210. It's basically right back down to our previous entry there. Here guys, NVIDIA has triggered a head and shoulders on the 1 minute. It's fighting the neckline right now, bouncing off the EMA 113.
I think if something would have happened, I heard something.
Nat gas still down 7% on the session. That's a whopping move down.
Maybe it's just little gases.
I get 15% of 20. Come on, rip it.
So NVIDIA right back above the neckline. You can see the S&P is getting a big bid. After that big rejection, it did create a little bit of a lower low. So we'll see if we create a lower high. This could be our first little lower high intraday. Still have crypto stocks ripping. Mara is now up 2%. Tesla's coming down some more.
Congrats, brother. Do not forget to withdraw and pay yourself.
So a little bit of a higher low bottom, huge volume at this SOXS bottom here. Again, the big component is watching AVGO. AVGO, that's going to be the biggest influential component of the semis. bigger than NVIDIA, bigger than AMD. Tesla's falling pretty sharply here, guys. So those puts are only a buck away now on those puts. So it looks like now they're trying to take this market back down. So we had a huge swing up. Now we're having a big swing potentially down. SPY still likely going to tap the EMA 113, but look at this 10-minute move. I mean, it's just an absolute ripper. And if we have to throw on a fib retrace from this low, you can probably expect us to retest the previous all-time high, which is sitting right here at that 479.98 level. So even a small pullback to this first fib is at 480, but expect a previous high pivot, all-time high pivot retest. So NVIDIA is now looking heavy. AVGO coming down some more, about 5 cents out of the money. Sorry, average is 521. I apologize. NVIDIA triggering this head and shoulders. AVGO coming down. Take a look at this. We're still riding our NVIDIA short. We're in the money. So I'm actually going to put an in the money stop on NVIDIA now. Right at this 590. Qs and SPY looking much heavier now. Get your butt up there, semis. Get your butt up there. Sorry, we do have a 510 average. My apologies. I just haven't updated on my other screen.
What?
Takes 60 cents to 750.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The 475 SPY calls from yesterday.
Did I have those?
Here we go. Yeah.
I don't remember what I had. That was so long ago.
It was yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, that was like...
Enter a swing.
Oh, yours, yeah. I don't think I ever took the...
Bitcoin's still pushing up to 42. I'm still riding 145 puts on Google. Still have a Microsoft short, an NVIDIA short with an in the money stop. Semiconductor SOXS long. XOM calls. Tesla puts. 210 puts on Tesla. You have the semis trying to push back up now. SPY is catching a bid.
What is that? Tesla.
Where is it?
New high. SMCI. 86,000%. Oh,
Yeah, Mike, thanks for telling me about that one.
I did.
No? No, you didn't. I don't take individual tickers. And now I'm regretting it. No regrets.
All right, so SPY is catching another little bid here. SPY is catching another little bid. Which ticker is the one you see in the watermark there, Tussie? Right now I have my SPY chart, SPY. SPY. So semis, SPY pushing right back up, right back up. NVIDIA is about to hit our stop loss. I'm still holding. AVGO almost back to the highs of the session. So semis are just relentless here. Semis are just relentless. AMD's at a new high. I'm still holding my NVIDIA short. Still holding my NVIDIA short, SOXS long. NVIDIA is putting in lower highs here, potential lower highs on the SPY after a huge, huge market rally. Bitcoin's pushing up. Bitcoin is pushing up. It's testing 42,000. Crypto stocks like Mara and Coin are about to flip positive. AMD's just surging, soaring, and roaring. All right, guys. High risk play 169 put on AMD. 169 put on AMD. $169.0 DTE put on AMD. Still holding SOXS long. Apple's curling down. Microsoft's curling down. NVIDIA's trying to push back up. Amazon's still ripping, pushing higher here. AVGO still holding firm. Bitcoin still challenging 42,000. You have Meta potentially curling down. SPY's just tapping that previous up. Look at Apple. Let's scroll through some of these tickers here. Look at Apple. Apple showing some lower high situation here. Let's look at Mr. Softy, MSFT. We're approaching power hour soon, so they ran up this market all day, all day, all day, all day. Will they take it down in the last hour? We'll see. At least some sort of a pullback might be necessary and likely. Let's look at Google. I'm still thinking Google can hit 145 today, but the market's been so strong. Google's one of these names that has actually been relatively weak, and look at this little pattern that it did trigger. You know, you dipped below it here, got back above it, but But now you're back below that same trend line. So we took 2 put options on Google, a few different contracts. We took 145.0 DTEs. But once again, SPY's trying to hold here. And it is pushing. Excuse me. Alright, so we're seeing Tesla at a potential double top. SPY still potentially putting in a lower high situation, but semis are still strong, trying to firm up. A little bit of a double top here. Big level. NVIDIA's trying to catch a bid and move higher here, above 590 again. Let's see the Qs. Qs are still the strong indice right now. They're up the most, 1.89%, but SPY did put in a new all-time high today. SMCI is still running. AMD is still at the highs of the session. AVGO right back to the highs of the session. Bit of rejection here. Same thing with NVIDIA. Nice candle down and a potential 10-minute topping tail. You know, we're short common shares. We also took 169.0 DT puts, so hopefully we get a late flush. Hopefully we get a late. This is a classic OPEX. Carvana to 49 next week. Upstart to 34 today. Why not? 34. Tesla just ripping now. Tesla's firming up. 34 today. Yeah, I mean, it's possible if you get a late power hour squeeze, but let's just see this. I mean, the daily chart EMA 113 should be really good resistance. You're above it right now, so that's a technical positive, and you're putting in a nice consolidation pattern. As long as the market holds up, this could push higher. Let's do a quick check of the Russell 2000 since the IWM is more influential to those small cap names. You know, you just got to be careful here as well in the Russell. A little bit of a negative divergence. I mean, these stocks have had really good run-ups today. If people get too greedy, that's when market makers typically take them down. But Russell's still technical. Everything's a market trade now. Since stocks have run up so much, everything is pretty much a market trade now. That if the indices hold up and push, you can push higher. But if they start selling off, then everything's going to get hit. Because you're in this frenzy right now where the indices are just seeing absolutely huge surges. It is a weekend. They're running it up with all the conflict in the Middle East now. The Houthis, Yemen. They are running this market up into the weekend. What I find interesting is for the market rally that we have today, the VIX should be down a lot more than 2.9%, especially on a Friday. What that's telling me is that there are some people still buying some downside protection in this market. So all these head and shoulders patterns have just been getting negated all day long. Big green stick there on NVDA. Apple's curling over here, so that may hurt the indices. Again, Apple's reclaimed its spot as the biggest company in the world after that mega rally yesterday and today's upside. Apple has reclaimed the throne from Microsoft. All right, NVIDIA is seeing some rejection. Some pretty hard selling is coming back into NVIDIA. Tesla's holding positive now, so you've had all mega caps turn green. And just like that, NVIDIA right back up. Bitcoin's. We'll see if they can push Apple up even more. It is starting to run down a little bit here. Apple's tagging the EMA 113. That's typically a really decent support level. Typically. Are they going to give us one last power hour squeeze, or are they going to dump us? I think they'll dump us into the close, profit taking ahead of the weekend. But I could be wrong. We'll see. There's always a shot that they squeeze it higher. But I mean, when you look at the run up that we've had today, to squeeze NVIDIA up more, it's been up over huge gains on the week, on the session, on the month, on the year. AVGO holding near the highs of the chart, so still no selling in AVGO to help that SOXS long. Still haven't tagged the EMA 113 yet. Still have not tagged that yet. Now approaching 254 time frames. The Dixie is still weak. Sure. So semis are still pushing. NVDA, AVGO, AMD, Apple's curling up, Microsoft's curling up, Google, Amazon, everything is catching another bid here as the dollar falls. The dollar is continuing to fall. Our XOM calls, those $97 calls, are approaching. We're almost in the money on those $97 calls. We just need a little bit more upside on XOM. It's now 2:57 time frame, so power hour is approaching. Is it going to be power hour or is it going to be sour hour? We've had a power hour. We've had power hours all day long today. And indices are still technically okay because the dollar's trying to fall here. But how much more can they run this up? It is OPEX today, Friday OPEX. So where is that max pain going to be in the market? Higher, lower, sideways? We'll find out. So be ready because the last hour there could be some really wild moves in individual tickers because of the options expiration. Market makers want to have the most puts and calls expire worthless. AVGO, a new high of day, so that one's squeezing higher. That's not helping our SOXS trade. That one is squeezing higher. Apple's curling up again. Same thing with Meta. XOM's 13 cents away from being in the money on those calls. AMD's squeezing up here. All right, so a little bit of a down candle. Let's see it. Power hour just hit. Last hour of trading is in effect. Last hour of trading is in effect. All right, so they're pushing the markets up higher here. Semiconductors are still pushing higher here across the board. That's okay there. I appreciate the comments, Nareesh. You can spam away. Helps with the algorithms pick things up. So spam away, put as many comments as you like. I am A-okay with that. All right, so they're pushing the indices higher here into the close as of now. Guys, our XOM calls are almost in the money. They are trying to break out to the upside here. NVIDIA is surging, going for a new high of day on NVIDIA. Wow. They're running this market up into the close. They are pushing it up higher and higher. SPY is going for a new all-time high. We'll see if it can get through this big red bar reversal. Tesla ripping, Apple ripping, Microsoft pushing, Google, Meta, everything. All mega caps are pushing up across the board. You've now had all sectors turn green except for utilities. Utilities are still slightly negative on the session. All right, so they're pushing this market up into the close. We're 10 cents away from our XOM calls being in the money. As soon as they go in the money, I will look to close them because we don't have a lot of time left in the session. It's even probably prudent to try to close them here. You know, XOM, because the markets, again, we just don't know if we're going to see a late day flush or if this is going to hold up. But XOM is a few cents away from going in the money. We took those 97 calls. Come on. Let's see this plug power alert, PL. That one's falling. I believe that one's been weak. It's been clobbered quite a few times, but now it's actually up. It's breaking out of, I believe, a bullish pattern here. Let's see what I have set up on the alerts for plug. So it's testing that short-term moving average there. Let's just go to the intraday chart. So plug's actually breaking out of this inverse head and shoulders here. So this does imply a lot of upside. You know, a potential 18% move from this breakout. Put you back at $3. That sounds feasible. A little bit of an insight there. SPY's still trying to gun up here. Pushing up, pushing up. Semis are still pushing up. NVIDIA, new high of the day. So they're still pushing NVIDIA up. They're still pushing AMD up. AVGO, the semiconductor space as a whole. Oil's catching another bid. Bitcoin's reattacking 42,000. Bitcoin is reattacking 42,000. Tesla hit 212.89 high of day. 212.89. So every little sell-off just keeps getting wicked back up, wicked back up. Definitely seems that they're potentially throwing the liquidity from the discount window that the banks are under now into the market, which, you know, temporarily short-term is bullish, but why the heck are they forcing banks to access and tap the discount window? That's the question. That's the big question you have to ask yourself. And is this liquidity going to stay in the market? Over the last 49 minutes of trading, remember, stocks take the staircase up. Today they took the elevator up, but they often take the elevator down. If we see any selling, it's going to be hard to break the momentum of this market right now. I don't see any fundamental catalyst right now. This is all technical price action right now. Bitcoin back above 42,000. Good for our Maris swing trade longs. Beautiful to see Bitcoin bouncing up here. Alibaba's been another stellar performer. I'm looking at actually probably some rotation out of tech in the coming weeks into the energy market. I do suspect energy stocks are going to actually push higher and break out. All right, so you have Apple curling down. NVIDIA is still strong, trending down now as well. So this is the most important semiconductor in the market. Even though NVIDIA is a lot bigger, this one holds a heavier weighting in the SMH and the SOXX. So it's arguably the most important semiconductor in the market. And you can see the Qs did trigger another little inverse head and shoulders here. You know, I don't like it because it's a very steep neckline, but I mean, it's technically valid. It does suggest a push all the way up to 420.180. Don't know if it'll happen today, but it could. It's not that far away. It's absolutely not that far away. AVGO still seeing some selling though, but NVIDIA is seeing some buyers propping it up. Bitcoin back above 42. Oil's trying to make a move back above 73.60. Tesla's pulled in from the highs. It's still holding positive momentum. I repeat, Tesla had that big positive red to green reversal. Apple's curling down now, so is AVGO. Big sell candle on Tesla chart. AVGO still selling here a little bit. So expect semis to come under pressure now that AVGO is still seeing some sell side pressure. This is the more important semi to watch. It's dragging NVIDIA down now as well. Amazon still holding near the highs. Same thing with Microsoft and Google. Harder selling coming through AVGO, guys. Harder selling. It looks like it wants to head back to 1200 on AVGO. SPY is pushing right back up though. So now you have Microsoft gunning for a new all-time high. It's setting it as we speak. Microsoft new all-time high. Those XOM calls are about to go in the money, guys. Microsoft's still pushing here, guys. AMD's pushing, new high. Or you have SMCI weakening a little bit now. So starting to see some weakness creep into semis, but Microsoft's stopping the selling. Microsoft's still holding at the highs here, guys. Microsoft's still holding at the highs. AVGO still looking a little heavy here. Looks like it wants to tag 1200. AMD's squeezing almost to 172 now. Wow. What a name. We have 40 minutes left in the trading session. 40 minutes left in the trading session. Tesla's coming in a little bit more now. I'm actually going to close the XOM calls in a small gain here. I'm seeing some more selling, so I close those XOM calls for a small gain. Let's just look back on the SPY here. That one's starting to see some sellers come into fruition a little bit. EMA 113 will be good support, but again, a simple retrace takes you all the way back down to 480. But Microsoft's still at the highs of the session. Looks like news is in the making headline. There will be a rate cut as expected in March. Whoa, that's big news. That typically means something's wrong in the economy. That aligns with what why they're putting a discount window of funding, making it mandatory for banks. Something's wrong. And if they're cutting in March, if that's an actual headline, thanks for the update there, Narush. If that's an actual headline, then something's wrong in this market, guys. Something is wrong in the economy. That's the first rate cut signals something very, very bearish. I don't see the yields reacting, though. For that news there, Nareesh, I'll have to look into it, but that's typically a very bearish sign. If it's in March, the rate cut, I mean, that's not what the bond market is currently pricing in right now with the yield market. You have the 10-year yield. Let's just look at this 2-year yield because it's not really moving down at all. Typically with a rate cut, you would see yields start to move down. And actually speaking, I mean, you have a little bit of a reversal here. But if there is a rate cut in March, something's broken. Something's broken. January, February, March. That's like in 2 months. Whoa. What source is that from, Nareesh? Just let me know what source that is that you see that from.
I think we can keep cooking here and not have topics. Kim, go for it.
I wanted to bring up something about Google while we're like first. I told my grandfather, who recently passed away, to buy it in 2005. And my grandpa, you have to buy this. He loved the stock market. bought it, said it's the best investment before he died. He said it's the best investment that he's ever made. So that's kind of fun. I didn't get in as much as he did, but I did get in the early days, but ended up selling it, once it kind of, I think, tripled at some point. But now I'm back in. What I was going to say specifically, though, to this discussion, I'll agree.
All right, so we're starting to see some downside. Tesla, right before. Come on, Tesla, 210s. Are seeing the market sell on that rate cut news. I'm waiting for Nareesh to let me know what her source is. Oh, hidden reason behind the V-shaped reversal. I'm just saying my hunch. Yeah, I mean, that could be. It could be. But I just think it's options expiration. You have, I think between $2 and $3 trillion worth of options expiring today. So when you have about $2 or $3 trillion expiring, market makers want to grab that premium and make as many of those puts and calls expire worthless, because that means they just take home all of that extra premium to the bank. So I think it's more than, I think it's just that. I also think that technically speaking, this might be the high pivot. The S&P has been gunning for those all-time highs. The Qs set their all-time highs. But you never know. It could be. It could be your reasoning there, Nareesh. People are pricing in a rate cut in March. I still don't see that on the yield curve, though. I don't see that.
They're not supposed to be using it, but I know they are. But it's off course. It's off topic. So that, I think, is a flaw with what you guys are talking about. I think Shay had said it, that it's not reliable. However, the other thing I'll say, though, is Google is sticky. And so people think of it just as a search engine. But I would say about half of my college students use Google Docs instead of Word.
So Microsoft's still holding near the highs of the session.
All their stuff in files, in the Google Cloud. And then also, a lot of businesses use it. Do you know Costco? That is what they use for their email. Amongst all of their employees, their buyers, they use the Google platform.
We now have 34 minutes left in the session. 34 minutes left in the trading session.
It's not like Costco's just going to be able to pull out and stop using Google and start using Teams. They're too integrated with it. And for I also have a counseling practice, or a place that I work for counseling, and we use Google as well because it's HIPAA compliant. We use the HIPAA compliant one. And so I just think there's more to Google than what we're thinking of as far as search engines and, the AI. So that's my feedback on it. And I am long Google.
Really quickly, Kim, just on that one point, I did cancel my Microsoft Office this year, and I just installed those Google Sheets, Google Docs, and everything like that.
Well, that's what I'm noticing. A lot of the, younger, you're mature.
NVIDIA pushing right back up. AMD still roaring. Soaring and roaring.
I have a wide variety of ages that I teach, but the younger ones, I notice I'll ask them what are they using, because I'm trying to figure out if they're using chat tools or whatever. And many of them, and by the way, if you're a student at most universities, you can get Microsoft for free. So I'm telling a couple of the students that I'm like, you can get Microsoft for free. And they're like, no, I like Google. So it's just, I really think thinking beyond just it as a search engine and those sort of things is really important. And by the way, think of Costco's using it.
What? I think this is the entire generation that was raised on Chromebooks, and so the platform is now kind of easier. So I've spoken to multiple people that a lot of public schools and everything else that do offer laptops, they all offer Chromebooks. So that means that they're used to that Google ecosystem. Which, by the way, maybe this is the thing that we're missing, and I think a lot of people might be missing, that instead of people saying, okay, Google is getting disrupted.
Bitcoin's starting to see some sellers now.
Disrupted on its office side if businesses and enterprises really take, I never understood why Google never really invested really hardcore into more tools on its Google Docs, Google Sheets, and some of those other offerings, because I think if you can give maybe 20, maybe 30% enhancement to Google Sheets,
I would replace all the Microsoft stuff with Google stuff. Yeah.
Well, you know what? And the last thing I'll say, you are absolutely correct. My daughter, who's in high school, that our school district is 26,000 students, and they all have a Gmail. That's the only way that they can access their, accounts through the school district, right? Their communications, it's all via Google, and they also use Google Docs. So,
A lot of mixed price action here into the close. You have Apple curling down, Microsoft pushing up, Google curling down, NVDA curling up, Tesla curling down, Meta curling down, Amazon pushing up. So it's a mixed bag of tricks here into the close. Semis are still holding firm. AVGO is losing its short-term intraday moving average, the 3-day moving average, for the first time today. It's consolidating underneath it bearishly, so that's been the big leader. All right, now Microsoft's seeing some more selling. It's a good hunch, Naresh. Market on close will come out at 350. We'll see if this tape is buy or sell. Oh, it's probably a buy right now. I mean, it could change if we see a little bit of a dump. I can be CNN sometimes. That's good, Naresh. I appreciate it. Hopefully you turn back into our stream next time and keep coming back. Please feel free to comment, like, share. Happy to have you on board here. All your comments help. You put out some fireplace today. I didn't take really any of them, unfortunately, but I'm sure some people did because I did go over them. Combo of all that stinky elections, Brandon is freaking waving. Yeah, big time election. Few airlines report next week's travel names have been hot, like BKNG. Yep, they have been hot. The only we've actually taken profits first trim already on Boeing. Did pick up Save Airlines yesterday with my members, but we got shaken out a little bit. But we're long Boeing at this 203.10 mark. We've already taken profits on the first half of the position, still holding the second half with an in-the-money stop. I think Boeing will get to gap fill at the minimum, and then hopefully this other 223 gap. That's the only airline I hold right now.
AI technology in the phone chips. So essentially you'll have AI that's like able to run kind of your life via your phone. So I thought that was really interesting. I need to go back and listen to the whole interview.
We now have 27 minutes left in the trading session, guys. 27 minutes left.
So long that added a few more shares this morning, actually. And then, of course, Microsoft. Like I think I talked about a couple weeks ago that I really saw it going up to 400. I've been long this since the 80s. So I think it hit in the 80s about 2008.
So we'll see. Markets could get a push here into the close. They have been consolidating with some higher lows, putting in lower highs. Dollar's weakening, which is helpful to the markets.
He is one of the best CEOs in the country. And as I've spoken about before, we have a lot of friends, a lot of my clients.
Apple's curling up.
Clients, work at Microsoft, and you just hear amazing things. And this is a guy that turned that company around from when Steve Ballmer had it and started talking about the cloud maybe in 2016 and Azure, and nobody knew what he was talking about. And I remember the analysts on CNBC saying basically
SMCI's up 35 freaking percent. Holy.
And a lot of negative thoughts when he was going into the cloud infrastructure. And by the way, competing with Google is Microsoft Teams. So at my university, we use Microsoft Teams. At my counseling, we use Google. So they're both. I like Microsoft Teams better. I will say it's a much easier platform to navigate and to communicate with people. Personally, I think Google's kind of clunky, but I'm long both of them, so super happy about that. But my Rivian's not doing that well, so I wish Hamid was up here right now.
Yeah, I think Rivian's like 8 straight trading days down or something. I don't know if that downgrade launched this year, that was a part of it, but
yeah, I mean, I'm bummed because I usually sell calls when it makes a big run up or do like a hedge wrapper or a call or whatever it's called. I like to call it a hedge wrapper. And I didn't really pay attention to it, so that was a bummer because usually I'm kind of on top of those things. And when I see it kind of start to peak, because it has so much volatility, I'll usually sell calls.
Microsoft seeing some selling now, so that's been the strong horse, holding near the highs, making new highs despite the indices not making new highs. NVIDIA is still holding at the highs, trying to push up for new high. AMD made a new high. AVGO has not made a new high. So we're now in this little bit of a wedge pattern. It's just a holding pattern.
Negative sentiment with EVs in general, where people, they're saying that individuals aren't going to be buying.
Dollar's curling down, which is favorable for the equity markets to trend higher. I'm seeing AVGO, a potential 5-minute bear flag about to play out.
Getting out of the EV and moving towards the ICE, is it called ICE models? Is that what you guys call it? With the Broncos putting their efforts towards the Bronco, which, that's a great seller. So, but, this is long-term for me, like you said, Evan. This is a, 5, 10, 15-year outlook. So,
and remember, it is OPEX, guys, so last little hour, there's shenanigans. Specifically, the last 5 minutes, you're going to see probably some individual tickers. I'm watching about 20 different windows here. I wish I had more eyeballs sometimes. Got multiple charts up.
technology and vehicles and stuff, and he was testing the Cybertruck. He was telling 11,000 pounds in freezing weather. They got about 90 miles of range. In the same test, the Rivian got about 100.
We'll see what they do here into the close. Still some individual names in the semis holding up, but AVGO is falling, AMD is holding, NVIDIA is holding. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in now. Tesla's coming down. It's breaking 211 on Tesla. Potential 5-minute bear flag on Tesla. Same thing with AVGO. AVGO is actually trying to break down some more now. So that's been the leading semi. Other than SMCI, this has been the most influential for the SMH and the SOXX to break out. You have nat gas down 7.13%. Oil's down about 0.413%.
That's to me one thing I really like about it. So
still no selling in AMD. It's just continuing to grind and grind and grind. The volume at these levels on AMD is getting very, very immense. very immense.
Do you have any other thoughts or advice for retail that you would throw into the mixer before I keep it moving?
Advice, thoughts. You know, we have an earnings season coming up, and I'm really interested to see what's going to happen. The one I'll mention is one I brought up last week, which is Unity Software. The company laid off 25% of their staff. What's interesting about that is that they could have just frozen their hiring, and natural attrition would have led to cuts. So it really makes me wonder, it's either the new interim CEO being very strategic and surgical about
So here comes NVIDIA selling a little bit. AVGO just holding on that EMA 113. Does look like it wants to break it though. AMD's still squeezing up over 173 now. Tesla's still holding above 211. Apple's above 190, 150. Meta's starting to lose momentum here. It's actually selling off pretty hard comparison to the market. Amazon's still holding. Google's still holding. We just have AVGO and NVIDIA up. You can see there's lots of little supports here on NVIDIA. Lots of moving average support.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Brian. Have a great weekend. All right, beautiful. All right, G-Nuts. Are you available? I can went over to you, hear a little bit about the long-term portfolio. What you building?
So now we have the S&P.
All right, testing. Okay, Jordan, then I'm actually going to go to you first.
Falling a little bit here on the S&P.
Obviously, a phenomenal week for the markets. SPY seeing that new all-time high now, so we've all been waiting for that, clearly. So, big day, but also a big day for me personally, because I haven't really been doing anything in my long-term except for recently, last week, you guys know I added some more Tesla, and I've done so again this week, and I finally have hit that 100 share mark in my portfolio, which has taken me years to build. So I'm really happy. That's all I've basically done in the long-term portfolio. We're watching everything else just September, October, I forget at this point, but right around that area, we were just every time AMD would drop under that $100, I was adding, and we're looking real good on that right now, up 73%, which I think is
AVGO pushing right back up. SPY pushing up as well. Still just stuck in a range-bound wedge pattern. Which way is this wedge going to break? It's been coiling for quite a long time now, really since this high pivot, 228. NVIDIA is surging into the close. NVIDIA is ripping. New highs on NVIDIA. New highs on NVIDIA. Amazon's falling. Apple's curling up. Microsoft's curling up. What a push on NVIDIA.
Jordan, earnings next week, so I don't want to be that guy, but it's a time. But yeah, great day, great week. I'm stoked to wrap up with you guys here and talk about the long term. But yeah, that's about it for me. Adobe also doing great. Had a great
Wow, NVIDIA is just pushing here into the close. NVIDIA is just pushing into the close here. Super strong push. Even though the SPY is seeing some selling, NVIDIA is just not caring. Meta's falling.
Do I have some updates? Do I ever? No, it's not that many crazy ones.
Inrish, what's your perspective on the airlines? Do you think they're going to gap up, gap down? I mean, they have had weak oil prices to help insulate their margins. So that's always beneficial.
The cash on here doesn't have the 5% that I'm yielding in on that one, but have you seen 9 changes on my portfolio right now? There's a lot of adjustments, hit it exactly right, and then adding in those ETFs as well. So I've talked about a couple times.
So NVIDIA pushing, diverging from the SPY. SPY falling, NVIDIA pushing up. We've seen this divergence many times. They love to prop NVIDIA up as they sell the rest of the market. It's a way to disguise a lot of selling. Volume is picking up. 16 minutes left in the session. Apple's falling now. Apple's starting to curl down. Amazon's curling down. Microsoft's curling down. Semis are still remaining super duper strong, with NVIDIA leading it. We're testing the low end of this wedge pattern right now on the SPY. Apple's losing the short-term moving averages.
So that's definitely something that I am battling with a little bit. And overall, I do want to find one or two more mid-cap-ish names that, I've had success with in the past.
So NVIDIA did make a new all-time high, and now it's bearishly engulfing the candle on the 1-minute chart. So a little bit of a bearish breakdown on SPY. You can see it's pushing right back up.
So that's kind of the area that I'm looking at. These companies that have proven themselves to get out of the kind of middle of the pack, but I still think have the opportunity to 10x and get up to those trillion-dollar companies. So there's a few names in there. I would say I know some people have been adding to Alibaba. That's not one that I'm really too interested in, kind of avoiding the China name. AMD is one that's pretty interesting for me when it was closer to 100, but now that we're at 170, I'm staying a little bit away from it. Let me look at my portfolio quickly because I did make some moves. I added a tiny bit to Tesla today in my IRA, but just a small amount. I don't really want to do anything aggressive leading to earnings, so I will be adding a little bit to that after if we can move below. I think this is the type of stock that we
You love, no pun intended. Orange, you're not sure. I can share my technical on trading TW. Okay, 3260 is where I see love post earnings report. UAL2. Let's take a look at love. 3260, eh? Yeah, I mean, this is a nice bullish pattern. Consolidating above the EMA 113 on the daily chart. The last 15 minutes of trading. The only thing is we're into this resistance pivot, but this is a nice bull flag. This should get through this resistance here, providing earnings. I mean, if you miss on earnings, you're going probably down about 16 bucks, believe it or not. But this is a nice bull flag structure on the weekly, daily chart as well. So it's looking coiled. RSI. Yeah, RSI is primed to potentially continue higher here. So it's not looking bad. Microsoft near the highs. Semiconductors, AMD just soaring and roaring here.
And I do really there's no world where I can envision the U.S. ceding this market to Europe and the U.S., let alone China and the other non-existent competitors that are out there. So as much of the shit and as much as Boeing can get out of its own way, I think they probably need a new CEO to change the culture. I love the idea of investing in duopoly. I love the idea of investing in travel. And for me, I have no interest in owning airlines.
So with this over-exuberance in the semiconductors this week, expect Bitcoin to probably trend higher over the weekend, especially with a bullish reversal in some of the crypto names, weak dollar. As long as this market doesn't have a huge dump into the close, the sentiment should be very, very positive. Closing up almost 2% on the Qs, up 0.88% on the Russell, 1.15 on the SPY.
Boeing may not fit in a really great model here, but what I do think is really great is the competitive landscape that they play in their position. So if this company
last 12 minutes of OPEX, Amazon's falling, Meta's falling, NVIDIA's still at the highs, Google's at the highs, Microsoft, Apple at the highs. NVIDIA's curling over just a little bit now. Nothing crazy.
space and you're at it right away. So I really do believe I will have plenty of time to make any moves. And I don't think Boeing can really fuck it up more than they have. Famous last words, we'll see. But yeah, I really love the idea of investing in a duopoly. There's a huge barrier to entry in this space, and it doesn't mean no one will come, but I think you will very much see that company coming before they are able to build up the backlog. Airbus has a 10-year backlog. Boeing has something along the same. If you don't want to use Boeing, good luck. You'll lose your spot in the backlog and go to the end of a 10, 11-year one. So a lot of these companies are forced to be here, and you can say that's the reason for a lot of the shitty culture at Boeing is the fact that they don't really need to try comparatively to some other companies in very vicious markets. But Boeing's one that I'm a fan of. It's not a massive company for me in my portfolio, but it's one that if you keep giving me these opportunities, especially when the market is hitting all-time highs, I think this is one that I'm able to give or take. So we'll see. Might add more going forward, but a lot of QQQ, a lot of BOO, and then buying a little bit of Boeing. It's one of I'm excited about Tesla, mostly waiting for that after earnings if it takes a dumper. And yeah, I spoke a little bit there and rambled, but
Sounds good. Nicely done with the portfolio there. I appreciate the variety of updates. What's going on?
what's your take on Boeing?
I personally do not own any Boeing. I don't. I think that what happened is, do you remember? Of course, you probably do. We used to trade a lot with Danny. Gosh, I'm gonna like on his last name. Danny Nas. Yeah. Yeah. So Danny Nas just was so anti-Boeing that I just never traded it. I never purchased it, and just refused to touch it. That man hated it with such a passion on their spaces that I think it just convinced me that it was not worth it. I can see, look at my history, one time ever I bought and sold calls on it, and I think I lost money. And so I've literally never really touched it.
More from the perspective of the long term, though, what's your thoughts? You got any on that?
I just don't like airlines right now. I don't know. But, well, and very much tied with the airline side of things. It feels like you're an aerospace company. Yeah, I don't know.
Kim, can I get Kim's thoughts? I know you're a big Seattle person, the local company.
Yeah, well, I mean, their headquarters are in Ontario, but yes, they make the Dreamliner, whatever it is, not that far from me. And they have a couple Boeing deals this year. But, Boeing's a tough one, right? Because it was trading at $200 like 5 years ago, maybe. It might not have been that long ago. But it's hit the $200 mark on several occasions, and maybe it got up to $260 or $270, I can't quite remember, and it has dropped to $80 twice in this last 5 years. If you go look
So SPY is catching a bid here into the close.
and typically, that happened with the math.
Bitcoin's coming in a little bit. Microsoft, new all-time high right now. Apple's pushing to the highs. Same thing with Tesla. Enjoy your weekend. Thanks, Naresh. You have a great weekend. You were amazing on the stream. China undervalued. Yep, I agree. I do think I'm long China stocks. Check out Mobileye. I'll check that out too. UPSC. Enjoy your weekend. Thanks for tuning in there, Naresh, and thanks for your amazing Grand Slam picks. If you listen to Naresh, you banked today pretty tremendously. So good job and enjoy your weekend as well.
And then usually it'll get bought back up. But if you're looking, obviously, 20 years from now, it's kind of different. You can buy small.
So for anyone still holding day trades with me, I'm still holding an NVIDIA short over the weekend. I'm holding an SOX long over the weekend, AMD over the weekend. And that's pretty much it. Here comes the last 7 minutes of trading.
Sure. For now, I haven't really been making too many moves. I've just been letting my wares run. I think that's one thing retail investors should start to get used to, which is if you have a good company, it's doing well, don't look at the market cap and be like, oh my God, it's already at $1 trillion, so it's definitely going to go down now, and I should be buying a company that's at the $1 billion mark, because that has the potential to 20x, and this one can't 20x. No, stick to quality. There's a lot of times people get hung up on market cap, and they end up really how big the business is it's a core product that runs the world, it's going to be a good thing. So as an example, a lot of people they sold Apple because it was like, oh my God, they're already hitting a trillion. No other company can ever hit a trillion because it's overvalued. It's like, no, don't look at the market cap. Like, if it's a good company, it's doing things the right way, it's generating cash flow, let it run. On the other hand, if you have a shitty company and it's gone down significantly and it's not generating cash,
Big push in the S&P here. Big push. Last 6 minutes of trading. We are getting a big push here into the close.
they will not be able to turn things around. So I know a lot of times people get caught up in this. Well, this company's down 50%. That means that
Qs are up 2% now.
2%. It's like, no, that's not how it works. So, I mean, there are times when that does happen. Turnarounds are very, very difficult to time and invest in unless there's some fundamentals changes that that are happening at the company level that can enhance shareholder value going forward. So a lot of people got caught up in what Alibaba did, where they just kept looking at the valuation. They just like, oh, I need to buy Alibaba at 200. I need to buy it at 150. I need to buy it at 100. And now it's down to like the 70s. And their whole thing was, well, this is an undervalued company. How much lower can it go? And trust me, things can go very low. So yeah, I'd say just stick to high quality names that are generating cash, that are able to perform, and your portfolio will be fine. There should be some room for speculation.
Huge surge into the close for NVDA. What an absolute face ripper push to 594. Absolute face ripper push on NVIDIA.
Don't let the PE impact you as much as the revenue growth. And then on the other hand, if you're looking for value, don't be like, oh, well, they're only growing at 1.1 or 2% per year. Like, no, like how much are they growing cash flow by? How much are they growing their EPS by? Because what are they doing with their cash flow? So I think a lot of times don't necessarily delineate between growth and value. And sometimes it's a good idea to have two separate portfolios where you have companies that are specifically built for just value, and so it keeps you aligned that way, and then other companies that are built just for growth, so that this way that's more of your growth.
NVIDIA is just soaring here into the close up to 594. Wow, 4.14%. This rate is going to be bigger than Amazon very, very shortly.
Fast, not going really fast, and they forget that the reason why they originally bought this company is because it's a value play. So just that's one thing. The other thing is I'm looking at cap 7, I guess, or you still want to consider some of the ones at the bottom. Mega cap. I'd say Amazon is probably the most undervalued. They're going through a lot of like transformational business changes where they're actually harvesting right now. In the past, they've been build. So after COVID, they really, really invested a lot into capex, and they're cutting back on the capex, pretty meaningfully. And now they're just able to generate a lot more operating income. Their business model is shifting to more third-party selling.
Look at NVIDIA into the close. What a rip.
Their operating income leader.
What a face ripper.
Amazon is clearly doing what it can to generate free cash flow. And my guess would be the next probably year and a half to 2 years.
2 minutes left. They pushed NVIDIA to the high of the session. Apple into the close. Amazon into the close.
In order to fulfill demand for around COVID. So, they took some licks because of that. And so if you look at their operating income dropped off pretty significantly after 2021. But a lot of that was because they didn't want to miss the opportunity to capture as much market share as possible. Everyone kind of working from home and ordering things online. And if you look at their revenue numbers, the revenue.
Look at Apple selling to the close here, guys. They're taking down, taking Bitcoin down. Look at that Apple selling to the close. This is where you get big wicks in the last minute. This is where you get some big wicks in the last minute. We'll see. SPY's still just in the wedge pattern. Let's watch SPY and Apple. SPY at the bottom, Apple at the top here. Bitcoin's dumping here into the close. Bitcoin is dumping into the close. Amazon's dumping into the close. NVIDIA is still holding firm. Dollar's falling into the close. AMD is rallying into the close, so they're keeping semis propped up into the close, but they're selling Apple, Amazon, Bitcoin. Meta's getting a pop into the close. Tesla's getting a pop. Microsoft's still at the highs. Selling China stocks. Alibaba. Big push on the S&P now. You can see the big wick up on Apple is causing the S&P to push up now again. All right, that's the market session. The S&P and indices had a magnificent rally today. Huge gains on the Q, up 2%, up 1.24 on the SPY, and up 1% on the Russell 2000. Sorry, my cat was knocking things over there. She's so mischievous. But on that note, I mean, things are looking pretty crazy here. Huge rallies. S&P PX chart here momentarily. Look at that breakout of this flag structure, closing above the previous all-time high on the SPX. That's certainly an impressive way to close the week. So that being said, bulls are technically once again in control, but this market is still very extended, getting bearish divergence on the daily RSI. Doesn't mean it's going to sell off, but it just means you have to be cautious and mindful of potentially some profit taking. But massive day for the bulls, closing the S&P at new all-time highs. You'll likely see this headline plastered all over the place. You will see the headline plastered all over the place in terms of CNN. And typically when you see that all-time high plastered all over the place, it's a sign that retail is probably going to start jumping in, and you just have to be more defensive. So if people want to keep chasing stocks up here, that's fine by me. You know, indices making new all-time highs is certainly a positive sign, but just because they're making new all-time highs doesn't mean that we're invulnerable. That doesn't mean that we're invincible from a pullback. And one thing I want to show you is when the Qs made their new all-time high up here, we got a pretty big multi-day pullback to start the year. So with the SPX now making new all-time high, are we going to follow that same pattern where we got that pullback? Time will certainly tell. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. Please, everybody, enjoy your weekend and be ready for another wild trading session next week. Take care, everybody, and we'll see you on the charts. Definitely stay tuned for the video analysis that I do. I'll try to do some sector reviews over the weekend, touch base on some individual tickers, and if you haven't checked out my tradingcapital.ca Discord to see how we're Baba having a massive reversal. Members got a 67.15 buy target. Some new longs we picked up were also Starbucks. Basically a few days ago at the low range of this wedge, we're also long Boeing. So there's some pockets of strength in this market, but I also see some massive areas that are kind of overvalued at this point in time, and definitely gone parabolic and having massive extension moves that should see some profit taking in the near term. On that note, take care, everybody, and we'll see you on the charts a bit later.